In part 3, Bella isn't just surviving anymore, she's changing. Stronger, bolder, more aware. And Jasper, he's crossing lines he never meant to cross. The Cullen family feels the shift. And Edward begins to notice. The bond between Bella and Jasper is no longer a secret, and neither of them is ready for what's coming next. I woke up alone. Had it not been for the indentation in the bedding next to me, I would have sworn I dreamed that Jasper had spent the night. It felt strange not being able to say good morning to him in person or on the phone. I turned to look at the spot where he had lain beside me and saw the folded note. I reached for it eagerly and opened it up. It simply said, "Call me." I resisted the impulse to scramble out of bed and grab the phone. Instead, I decided to get ready for school first and call him on the way. That way we could have a longer uninterrupted conversation. I showered and dressed quickly, packed up my books and ran downstairs. I grabbed a pack of Pop-Tarts, not even bothering to toast them. I affixed my earpiece and flipped open my phone as I ran out the back door. "Good morning, gorgeous," his husky voice in my ear sent a delicious shiver through my body. "You took a long time to call. I was hoping you weren't angry with me for leaving." I moved my eyes over the tree line in the back of the house, trying to spot his form. Even though I knew that my efforts would be futile. "I missed you this morning, but of course I wasn't angry. I'm happy we had as much time together as we did. Where are you? It's better if I don't show myself. But the view is especially lovely this morning." I smiled. "Well, I'm sorry to ruin it for you, but I have to head off to school. I'll stay on the phone until I get there, though, if you'd like. You know, if it were my choice I'd never let you go. Drive safely. I'll be right behind you." "All right, see you later, I hope." On impulse, I put my hand to my lips and blew a kiss in the general direction of the trees. Then I turned around and went back into the house, locking the back door and going out the front to my truck. "I caught that, you know," I heard him chuckling in my ear. "Good. I would have been disappointed if you didn't." We continued to tease each other until I pulled into the parking lot. Then, reluctantly, I ended the call and walked to class. I saw Angela walking over too and was about to wave, but she deliberately looked away and changed course. I stopped and looked after her. She seemed really mad and I couldn't figure out why. As far as I knew, we had been fine the last time we saw each other Friday, and we hadn't even spoken over the weekend. What could possibly be wrong? "Hey, Bella," I hear Mike's voice behind me and turned around to greet him. "Hey, Mike." We fell into step together, walking to our first class. He asked a question about an assignment and I responded automatically, but my mind was still on Angela. For the first time ever, my best friend was mad at me. And I had no idea what caused it or how to fix it. In class, Angela continued to avoid my attempts to catch her eye, and she didn't open the note I passed to her. She gathered her books before the bell even rang and headed to her next classroom as soon as our class was over, without giving me a chance to speak to her. We didn't have the next few classes in common. And when I tried to ask Ben what was wrong, he just mumbled that he had to respect Angela's privacy and that I would have to ask her. I had no choice but to wait until lunch to try to talk to her again. Angela didn't exactly make it easy for me. By the time I walked into the cafeteria, she was sitting at the other end of the table, the seats on either side of her occupied. I considered leaving her alone until she was more receptive, but I knew I could never be that patient. So instead, I walked to the side of the table where she sat and asked her directly, loud enough for everyone to hear, "Angela, could I please speak with you?" Alone. I knew this was a horrible thing to do. Angela was shy and hated to be in the center of attention even more than I did. She also hated more than anything else to be thought of as impolite. So when I made my very public request, she merely pressed her lips together tightly and got up to follow me out of the cafeteria. I saw Ben throw her a worried look, silently asking if she wanted him to come with her, and I was grateful to see her shake her head. I would have spoken with her in front of Ben if I had to, but it would be easier to talk to her privately. Once we were outside the cafeteria and out of hearing range of our nosy classmates, I changed my tone. Angela, obviously something is wrong, but I don't know what it is. Why are you mad at me? Angela looked me dubiously. You really don't know? She asked. I shook my head. I really don't, I repeated. Angela looked away, her face filled with sadness. I would have thought you'd be a little more perceptive than that, Bella. A little more sensitive. I mean, I thought we were friends, but I guess you don't feel the same way. What are you talking about? I asked, thoroughly confused. Of course we're friends. You're my best friend. Really? Her question was laced with disbelief. If I'm your best friend, then how do you explain me having to ask my boyfriend to call one of his friends just to make sure that you actually made it home from whatever it was you were doing all day Saturday? My mouth dropped open. I was finally beginning to understand what happened. Oh my God, Angela. I'm so sorry. You're absolutely right. I should have called you. It's just that I had such a busy day yesterday. I spent the morning at La Push with Jake and I worked on the poetry project in the afternoon with Mike. And there was no time in between or afterwards when you could have called me. Just for a couple of minutes. Just to let me know that you were okay. I'm really so very sorry. Obviously I wasn't thinking. But you didn't have to have been call Mike. You could have called me yourself. I thought about it, Bella, except that I had no idea what you'd told your father about our supposed day together in Olympia. And I was worried that he might pick up the phone and ask me a question I wouldn't know the answer to. So I didn't call you, because I didn't want to get you in trouble. But now I'm starting to wonder why I even cared, since you clearly haven't thought about my feelings at all. You just used me for a convenient excuse to lie to your dad, so you could do God knows what with God knows who. So in the future, just find someone else to lie for you. I'm done. She turned on her heel and started walking away, but I couldn't just let her go. Wait, I said as I hurried after her and grabbed her arm, forcing her to stop. Look, I see that I messed up, okay. I should have called. I shouldn't have let you worry needlessly. It was thoughtless. I behaved like a selfish jerk. I see that now, but I will make it up to you. I'll do whatever I have to. You're my best friend. I don't want to lose you. I can't let this get between us. I felt horrible and scared. I didn't want to lose Angela as a friend. Yet I couldn't blame her for the way she felt. I had been so selfish, not even thinking about her once all of yesterday. I felt tears well up as I recognized that I didn't deserve her friendship. When Angela turned around, I was shocked to see she was crying too. I just feel like you don't trust me anymore. Like I'm just good enough to protect you from Mike or to give you alibis for your dad. When you were dating Edward, the first understood why you spent all your time with him and didn't have time for me, but he's been gone for weeks and you still haven't asked me to do anything with you once. Except when you needed to hide from Mike. Something's going on with you and you won't tell me what it is. It sucks, Bella. It sucks being your friend right now. I hung my head, knowing she was right. What could I possibly say to make things better? I'm so sorry, Angela. You're right. I've neglected our friendship and I do suck. I thought you wanted to spend all your time with Ben. I should have asked anyway, instead of assuming. And I should trust you more. It's just that, right now, everything is so complicated and I can't really talk to anyone. But I swear, as soon as I can, maybe in another week, I'll tell you everything. Can you forgive me for that long? Can you give me another chance? I held my breath as Angela considered my request. Finally, she nodded. I stepped in and gave her a huge hug. Thank you, Angela, thank you so much. You don't know how much this means to me and you won't regret it, I swear. I promise I'll be a better friend from now on. You have to believe me. I never meant to hurt your feelings. I was just thoughtless. But I'll do better in the future. Angela hugged me back. Our tears turned from sorrow to joy. I know, Bella, I know you didn't mean to hurt me. Over her shoulder I saw Ben look out the cafeteria door towards us, undoubtedly worried about Angela. He really was the sweetest guy. I waved him over and he walked towards us reluctantly. Especially when he saw we were both crying. As he came up, I released Angela so she could fall into his arms. "Everything all right, Angel?" he asked. She nodded. "We're fine," she said. "It was just a misunderstanding." "I'm really so sorry, Angela," I repeated. She reached over to squeeze my hand. "Let's just forget about it, okay?" I kind of overreacted. "No." I shook my head vehemently. "You definitely did not. But thank you for being so great yet again." "Sorry, Ben." I felt I had to apologize to him too, for involving him in all this. He shrugged. "As long as you two worked things out," he said. He pulled Angela back in the direction of the cafeteria and, throwing me one last look over her shoulder, she followed. I headed for the restroom and, finding it empty, took out my phone to call Jasper. "You all right, darlin'?" he asked as he answered the call. "How much of that did you hear?" "Pretty much every word. I'm glad you were able to resolve things. I feel like such an idiot. How could I not even think about calling her? It's all this secrecy about seeing you. I don't even think about my friends anymore. At least Jake knows about you being here, but everyone else. I feel horrible about hiding things from Angela." Jasper was silent for a while. "I'm sorry my presence is causing you pain, Bella. I never wanted that. You could tell Angela about me. She wouldn't betray your trust." "No, I know she wouldn't," I said. How could I tell him that I wasn't worried about betrayal, that I was far more concerned about being judged for falling in love? With the brother of my ex-boyfriend and the boyfriend of my ex-best friend. You promised her you'd tell her next week anyway. Why not do it sooner? I think I prefer to wait a little while longer. At least until you either break up with Alice or decide to stay with her. All right, darlin', it's up to you. I just wanted to let you know you had options. I know that Jasper, thanks. I'd better go now. I still haven't eaten and lunch is practically over. Those Pop-Tarts are not going to get me through the afternoon. We said goodbye, promising to talk later. Although I practically ran to the cafeteria. A dangerous proposition under the best of circumstances, I still didn't make it to the food line before the bell rang. Oh well, no one could starve themselves in a day. I would just have to make up for the lunch omission at dinner. Mike came up to me and we walked to the next class together. "Looks like you and Angela made up." It was more of a statement than a question. "Yes. How did you know we needed to?" He shrugged. "I pay attention. I notice when you're down or upset or hungry." With a smile, he pulled an apple, a bag of chips and a bottle of soda out of his book bag. I looked at him, surprised. "I figured you'd be pushing it with the food line when you didn't come back in with Angela, so I took the liberty of procuring some vittles for you." Vittles. Was there Aneth, high school boy out there who not only heard of that word but could actually use it in a sentence? I doubted it. Gratefully, I reached for the food. "Thanks, Mike, really. This was super nice. I owe you one." "Nah, it was nothing. I have to make sure you don't starve yourself before our English project Thursday. I wouldn't want my partner's death to mess up my GPA." I laughed. "So you're feeding me for selfish reasons, then? Good to know. You caught me." He was smiling his adorable dimpled grin that reached all the way to his baby blues. I couldn't help but grin back. "Well, whatever your motives, I'm grateful. I really am starving. Glad I could be of service," he said as we walked into the classroom and took our seats. School continued as usual. Nothing exciting happened. No vampire appearances. I called Jasper to check in on my way to work. There was still no sign of Laurent. Jasper didn't say much, which worried me a bit, but there wasn't enough time to pursue a real conversation. Work was fine. It was just me and Mr. Newton in the store, so we kept pretty busy. Afterwards, per my agreement with Jasper, I headed straight home. That night we had a pretty awesome conversation. But through it all I thought about how much I missed him and wanted to see him. It was only the first day and it was already getting bad. Unfortunately, the situation didn't get any better the next day, or the next. I went to school, work, then home, keeping to my routine. I made a conscious effort to spend time with Angela at school, to show her that I really valued our friendship. Fortunately, My work schedule made a good excuse for not asking her to do anything with me this week. Jasper and I talked several times each day, but I could tell his inability to hunt and the frustration of having to wait for Laurent were taking their toll on him. He was getting more and more short-tempered. Some of it may also have been due to my interactions with Mike, who chose this week to become much more attentive. Mike never did anything I could complain about. It was just little things, like offering to carry my books, complimenting me on my appearance, helping me with a chemistry lab, buying me lunch before I had a chance to protest, or slipping me a note with a funny joke when my depression over the Laurent situation must have shown all over my face. Because the things he did were so silly and small and sweet, I couldn't really get mad at him or ask him to stop, even though I knew all the little gestures were driving Jasper crazy. He never brought it up first, but though during our TLY conversations I assured him over and over that I saw Mike as nothing more than a friend, and he assured me over and over that he understood and was fine, I knew things were strained. I could hear tension in his voice every time the subject came up. I started to really hate Laurent. I hated feeling like a sitting duck, waiting for a predator to pounce. I hated having to be constantly under watch and not being able to see Jasper. And most of all, I hated that Jasper had to put his life on hold and suffer to protect me. By Wednesday night I was feeling really restless and asked Jasper if maybe our plan was flawed. Maybe sticking to my house, school and work was a bad idea. Maybe I needed to go into the woods and draw Laurent out there. Unlike Edward, Jasper actually seriously considered the idea, but then dismissed it as too dangerous. He explained that in the forest it would be too easy for Laurent to ambush me and grab me before Jasper had a chance to stop him. There were too many variables. So the only thing we could do was wait. On Thursday Mike and I did our poetry presentation. I had to admit it went pretty well. Our teacher was impressed with our poem choices, which were far more sophisticated than those of most of our classmates. We were on such a high that I couldn't really deny Mike's request that we go out for ice cream to celebrate. Knowing I had to let Jasper know what I was doing, I excused myself to go to the ladies' room and called him. "God, Bella," he muttered in frustration, "this is really a lousy time for you to vary your course. I haven't done any recon by the ice cream parlor. I don't know what a good observation point will be and how safe it will be for you. I don't know how close I'll have to get to other humans." I knew he was thirsty and worried about his self-control. I felt horrible. "I'm so sorry, Jasper. But I know you'll be fine. And it will only be for a little while, an hour max. I'm sure Laurent won't choose this, of all times, to show up. After all, the ice cream parlor is a public place and he won't want that type of a confrontation." "Fine," Jasper said, resigned. "But make sure it's only an hour. And then, can you do me a favor? Would you please go to see Jake for a couple of hours?" I nearly did a double take. Jasper was actually asking me to see Jake. Why? Because I need to hunt, and I know you'll be safe in La Push. I will. How come? I can't explain now. It would take too long and Mike is waiting for you, isn't he? Just go there right after the ice cream. Charlie won't mind, right? No, I was absolutely positive he would not mind. And call me when you're driving back so I can meet you at the border again. I'll explain everything then, okay? Yes, I said, feeling extremely curious and confused. Still, if it would help Jasper and give him a little time to hunt and get back to normal, I would do just about anything. Plus, I would get to see him tonight. My heart did a double flip and my stomach tingled with butterflies. Good. I'll see you soon, darlin', his voice softened with obvious longing. Soon, I repeated. After nearly 4 full days without him, I really couldn't wait. Mike was waiting for me outside the bathroom along with Angela and Ben. You don't mind if we join you, do you, Bella? Angela asked. I smiled at the ridiculousness of her question. Of course not, I exclaimed. I'm so happy you guys can come. I glanced at Mike and he was smiling too, so I assumed he was fine with it as well. In fact, he had probably asked them to come along. I couldn't imagine Angela and Ben inviting themselves. "I'll drive," Mike said. "Oh, sorry, I need to take my truck. I'm heading to La Push afterwards." I half expected Mike to look disappointed, but he merely pushed himself off the wall he was leaning against and started walking towards the parking lot. "I'll take Angela and Ben, then, and we'll meet you there." It only took a few minutes to drive to the ice cream parlor. Mike pulled into the parking lot first and I followed. I watched as Ben and Angela made their way into the restaurant, while Mike walked over to the driver's side of the truck and opened the door for me. I grabbed my book bag and slung it over my left shoulder after I was safely on the ground. He pushed the door closed and we started walking to the restaurant together. Suddenly my toe caught on a crack in the pavement and I stumbled forward, the resulting shift in the weight of my bag forcing my body to twist awkwardly so that I would have landed hard on my left side if it wasn't for Mike. He grabbed my upper arms with his hands and was holding me upright, my upper body suspended in midair. Suddenly time stood still as I stared up into his warm blue eyes, the adrenaline released by my AR fall causing my heartbeat and breathing to accelerate. I saw something I couldn't quite identify flash across Mike's face and then he was pulling me up slowly, bringing me closer to his chest and face. Until I stood directly in front of him, our eyes still locked together. "Are you all right?" His voice sounded slightly thicker, huskier. "Yee." My voice came out hoarse. I swallowed and tried again. "Yeah, thanks." We kept staring at each other. It couldn't have lasted more than a couple of seconds in real life, but it felt like a lot longer. I could see that he wanted to kiss me and, for the first time, I wasn't really sure what my response would be if he followed through. His deeply shaded human lips looked moist and warm. Shocked, I remembered that I had never really kissed a human. And a part of me wanted to know what that would feel like, how would the sensation be different? Then I thought of Jasper's perfect lips, which were also a mystery, and I immediately looked away, me entirely chastising myself for my errant thoughts. I had made my decision. I didn't need to know what a human kiss would be like. I wanted Jasper. I wanted him to be the one to hold me and kiss me and stop me from falling when I was clumsy. And unless I knew for certain that Jasper had chosen Alice over me, I would not allow myself to think about anything else. Steady on my feet now, I took a step back and Mike released his hold. I turned around and started walking again. He followed. "Thanks for that, Mike." "Really?" I said. "I can't believe I tripped like that." "Seriously, Bella," Mike said, his voice back to the familiar, easygoing and lightly teasing tone. "I can't believe you don't fall more often. I've never seen anyone who has a sixth sense for seeking out obstacles in their path like you do." "I'm not that bad," I grumbled. "I don't know." He refused to concede. "I think I'm right on this one." I turned to catch his eye and stuck my tongue out at him. "Nice, Bella. Very mature," he laughed. "Where did you learn that powerful rebuttal, debate class? What grade are you in again?" I didn't bother responding. I just walked through the door that he somehow managed to beat me to and hold open for me. We saw Angela and Ben had already grabbed a booth and were sitting on one side of the table, so we slid into the booth on the other side. When the waitress came to take our orders, Mike insisted that we all get drinks in addition to the ice cream. Then, when the food arrived, he grabbed his glass and raised it to make a toast. "To friends and partners," he said. It seemed like the right thing to toast to. So we all followed his lead and drank. From the corner of my eye I saw Mike looking at me. When he realized he'd been caught, instead of turning away, he smiled wider and winked. I smiled back and turned to my sundae. As we ate our ice cream we talked about school and gossiped about our friends. We all tried each other's desserts, Mike making a face at my combination of blueberry and chocolate chip mint ice cream and me teasing him about his selection of triple chocolate fudge. I was surprised at how much fun I was having and how effortless it all was. I realized had been a while since I'd been out with my human friends, ones I actually liked, and how much I had missed it. After we were done with the ice cream Angela asked if I wanted to go with her to the washroom. I readily agreed and we headed to the back of the restaurant. Once safely in the confines of the ladies' room, Angela turned to me conspiratorially. "What's going on with you and Mike?" she asked. I looked at her, surprised. "Nothing. We just worked on the poetry assignment together." "Yeah, I know, but it's more than that. All week long he's been stuck to your side like glue. I'm not the only one who noticed. People are talking. And earlier in the parking lot when he held you, Ben was ready to put money down that he was going to kiss you. Good thing there was no one around to take his bet," she giggled. "And that toast. I think Mike was talking about more than poetry partners. So come on. Don't tell me you're the only one who hasn't noticed." "What gives?" I was still looking at her, my eyes wide with shock. My brain trying to process everything she'd just told me. People were talking about us. Ben was ready to bet that we were going to kiss. Just how oblivious had I been in the last week? Had I really been ignoring the obvious? And what about Jasper? He could hear not just me, but everyone in the school. Was his short temper fueled, in part, by everyone's foolish gossip and speculation? "Hey, you really have no clue what I'm talking about, do you?" Angela asked, finally understanding my silence. I shook my head. "I really don't. Mike and I are just friends." "Well, I believe you. But you might want to be a little more careful around school if you don't want people to get the wrong impression. You two are looking pretty chummy these days, and you know how THG. Ossip Mill is. It doesn't take much to get everyone going." "Right," I said absent-mindedly. I was still thinking about Jasper and how hurtful this must have been for him. I would somehow have to make it up to him. "Well," Angela said in a tone that indicated we were done talking about Mike and me, "I really do have to use the restroom." "How about you?" I shook my head. "No, but I do have to make a couple of calls. I'll be right outside." Still a little stunned, I walked out of the restroom and headed straight for the wall-hanging pay phone. I first called Charlie at the police station to tell him of my intended visit to La Push. As I expected, he had no problem with my plans. Then I called Jake, who indicated that he wasn't doing anything and it would be fine for me to come over, but also seemed a bit suspicious about why I wanted to visit on a weeknight. I would have to come up with some believable excuse on the way there. Angela emerged from the washroom and we walked back to the table. I noticed a few bills tucked under the sugar holder and realized that the boys had already paid for the food. "Mike," I said, exasperated, "you shouldn't have done that." "Why not?" he asked. "I invited you. And besides, it's no big deal. Just ice cream and a soda. It's not like a lobster dinner." His choice of words took me right back to the dinner on the yacht and everything that Jasper and I talked about that night. I started feeling all warm and tingly. I was so happy that in just a few short hours I would be able to see and touch Jasper again. I loved talking to him on the phone, loved the sound of his voice in my ear. But without seeing and feeling him, sometimes he didn't seem real. More like a lovely dream or hallucination. So I couldn't wait until tonight when I could see for myself that he was, in fact, more than a figment of my imagination. "Hey, Earth to Bella." Suddenly I realized that Mike was speaking to me. I forced myself to refocus. "Oops, sorry, I was just lost in thought." "Yeah," he said, "like really lost. Where did you go?" "It's nothing, Mike. Just forget it," I snapped, a little too sharply based on his hurt expression. "Sorry, I didn't mean that." "It's okay," he said, his voice devoid of its usual laughing undertone. "I didn't mean to pry." Any lengthy response would have required an explanation of my thoughts, which I didn't want to provide, so I just said, "It's okay. No harm done. But I do have to go to La Push now." We all stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Mike seemed a little deflated and he didn't walk next to me on the way out, choosing to put Angela and Ben between us. The three of them walked towards his Suburban and I headed for my truck. "Thanks for the ice cream, Mike," I called out, belatedly realizing that I had forgotten to thank him in the restaurant. "You're welcome," he called back. Then the three of them piled into the Suburban and he drove away, without looking at me. I shivered, filled with remorse for unnecessarily hurting his feelings. I got into the truck and took out my phone and earpiece. I pulled out of the parking lot onto the road leading to La Push and pressed the one button. "He's going too far," Jasper growled. I knew he was talking about Mike. He'll be lucky if I don't rip his touchy-feely arms off the next time I see him. It was nothing, Jasper. Would you rather he let me fall and hurt myself? I'd rather you watched where you were going so that he'd have no reason to touch you at all. Jasper was still growling angrily. So it wasn't just Mike who made him mad. Clearly he wasn't happy with me either. I sighed. I knew his thirst was making him grouchy, and his jealousy of Mike, irrational under the best of circumstances, was not helping any. But was it completely irrational? I remembered how I felt for that one moment when I might not have minded if Mike kissed me. I shook my head. Mike was nice, but I was in love with Jasper. I may have been curious about a kiss with a human boy. But that's as far as the interest went. I wanted to be with Jasper. "I'm glad you're going hunting, Jasper," I said, trying to lighten up the mood. "You're acting really crabby." He growled again. "I am not, nor have I ever been crabby. I am pissed off that some damn nomad vampire is delaying the time when we can finally tell everyone that we're together and I can be by your side, so there's no opportunity for Newton to get off touching my woman." I gasped. Jasper. Mike was not. He was. Bella. Take my word for it, he definitely was. I couldn't believe the path of this conversation and I didn't know quite why I felt compelled to defend Mike, but I tried again. "Jasper, I have a hard time." "You're not the only one," he kept growling. Newton was having quite a hard time himself. Clearly understanding his implication, I might have giggled if it wasn't for the menacing tone of his voice, which told me in no uncertain terms that he did not mean to be funny. I was absolutely mortified by what he had said and I felt blood rushing to my cheeks. "Jasper Whitlock, now you're just being crude. I know you're thirsty and that's why you're saying what you're saying, but I can't keep listening to this. I'm going to go. I'll call you when I'm on the way home from La Push." "Wait." He spoke so quickly that I heard him before I had a chance to hit the end button. "What?" I said impatiently. No response. "What?" I repeated, louder this time, my voice at a higher pitch. "Nothing," he finally said. "I'll be waiting for you later at the border." "Okay. Have a good hunt. Bye." Right before I hit the end key I heard his belated, "I'm sorry." It was a good thing I was so familiar with the way to Jake's house, because I really wasn't thinking about where I was going. I was worried about Jasper. It was now all too obvious how upset he was about the whole Mike situation and I really didn't know what I could do to help. If only I'd known sooner what people were saying. I could have done something to nip the rumors in the bud. I knew everything that happened was completely innocent, but given that there really wasn't anything else going on in school worth gossiping about, combined with my recent breakup with Edward, I guess people simply latched onto any tidbit they could blow up into a juicy gossip story. It was immature, but that's what high school was all about. And, of course, none of them knew that Jasper was forced by circumstances beyond his control to listen to all their stupid speculations. I could easily imagine how he felt. I knew it would drive me crazy to have to listen to people talking about him and someone else, no matter how sure I was that nothing they said was true. I hoped his faith in me was strong enough to know the rumors were false. He had watched me all week, so he knew nothing happened. But still, I could completely understand why he was so touchy. I knew that I would have to be more compassionate tonight than I was this afternoon. I still didn't want to hear his disparagements of Mike, because Mike's feelings really were not relevant. But I would make sure Jasper understood that all my loyalty and affections were his. Without paying any conscious attention, I pulled up to Jake's house. I watched as the front door opened and he jogged towards the truck holding an umbrella. Somewhere between Forks and La Push it had apparently started to rain. That seemed appropriate, like somehow the universe was as depressed about the situation as I was. "Hey, Bella," Jake said as he opened the driver's side door. "So to what do we owe?" He stopped mid-question. "What's wrong?" I looked at him, surprised. Was it that obvious? Nothing, I said, but it didn't even sound convincing to me. You look like someone just killed your cat. I don't have a cat. I couldn't even smile at Jake's lame attempt at a joke. Whoa, this is more serious than I thought. I'm gonna guess that you don't really want to go in to see Billy right now. I confirmed his statement with a look and a shake of my head. Okay, should we go to the garage? It's private and we can talk. I nodded, not really trusting myself to speak. Wait here, I'll be right back. He ran back to the house. Through the open front door I heard him telling Billy that the two of us would be in the back. Then he came back with a couple of cans of soda and a blanket. He helped me out of the truck and we walked to the garage, trying to stay as dry as we could under the umbrella. Here, he said, handing me the blanket, use this so you don't freeze out here. And then spill. I wrapped the blanket around me obediently. It felt nice and soft and warm. What about you? I asked. Won't you be cold? Nah, he said. I seem to be running hotter than normal these days. You're not sick, are you? I asked, concerned. I don't think so. I feel fine. Don't worry about it. Why don't you tell me what's wrong, instead? You look terrible. I bit back a sarcastic reply. This really wasn't the time to have that kind of a conversation. Instead, I hung my head and tried to figure out how to tell him what was wrong without somehow revealing Jasper's vampire nature. In the end I told him that Jasper was delayed in going back to Alice, which placed our potential relationship in a holding pattern. I also told him about Mike's increased friendliness and how, even though it was all innocent, it still fueled gossip at school, which somehow made its way back to Jasper. Jake listened, but he didn't seem particularly sympathetic. What's that quote about deception and webs? Sounds like you got yourself tangled up, but good. Thanks a lot, I said darkly, that's really helpful. Oh, come on, Bella. What do you expect? You're crushing on a guy who has a girlfriend that, conveniently enough, he can't break up with at the moment. He really can't, I interjected, sensing that Jake didn't believe that part of my story. Sure, Jake said dismissively, whatever. So then, instead of being unhappy by yourself like any other girl would be in your shoes, you go and find the one poor slob who's head over heels in love with you and you led him around like a bull by the nose ring. And you're surprised that people might find that something worth gossiping about. And then the two-timing loverboy gets whiff of the rumors and starts feeling possessive. Even though he's the one who's not available. I mean, really, who am I supposed to feel sorry for in that arrangement, except maybe Mike? I buried my head in my hands. It's not like everything he said wasn't true. But I had still hoped Jake could have some small measure of compassion, could do something to make me feel better. If this was how one of my best friends felt about me, what could I expect from everyone else? I felt him come over and sit beside me. Then I felt his arms underneath me as he picked me up and placed me in his lap, his huge strong arms wrapped tightly around me. I'm sorry, Bella. That was really harsh. You didn't deserve that. But I did, Jake. That's the hardest part. I deserved every word. I really made a mess of things. Since I was being as honest as I could be. And since I didn't think his opinion of me could get any lower, I told him about my conversation with Mike in the parking lot of Newton's store, back when I thought I didn't have a chance with Jasper. And I was actually contemplating a possible future with Mike. When I was done, Jake whistled. Dang, Bells, you're just a walking emotional wrecking ball, aren't you? You should walk around with a warning sign. I sniffled. My eyes filled with tears. Oh heck, don't cry, he cringed as he spoke. I don't have any tissues out here and I like this shirt. I couldn't help but laugh a little at that. Jake never struck me as a guy who cared about his clothes. That's better, he said. Better for you and your shirt. I'm not sure it's any better for me. Okay, look, I don't know what to tell you. Except that unless you're ready to see where it leads, you have to scale things back with Mike, not just for you and the other Cullen. Jasper, I said, a little exasperated. Whatever, Jake's animosity towards Jasper was unrelenting, not just for you and him, he continued, but for Mike too. He's getting played like a piano here. No, no one's playing Mike. Seriously. The guy is carrying a torch for you the size of the Olympic flame, and you think all that stuff he's doing is because he wants to be friends. You need to start smelling what you're shoveling. Your first instincts on this were so much better. Maintain a distance, for both your sakes. Unless, of course, you want more or you enjoy breaking his heart. Then, by all means, keep doing what you've been doing. I groaned. I knew he was right. But it still hurt to hear it. Do you have to always be so freaking honest? Hey, if you wanted a sugar coating you should have gone to a bakery. With me, what you see is what you get. You know that, Bells. I sighed. We didn't say anything for a while, but he pulled me closer to his chest and I knew that despite everything he said, he still really cared about me. So what are you gonna do? He finally asked. I don't know, Jake. Everything you said makes sense, but it's more complicated than that. There are things happening that I can't tell you about. I wish I hadn't come here and told you all this. I don't want you to hate me. Yeesh, Bella, are you really that stupid? I could never hate you. I'm telling you all this stuff because I think you need to hear it, because I'm your friend. But friends stick by each other no matter what. When it comes right down to it, I don't care what you do to these two yahoos. Hell, I'd mess them up for you if it helped. As long as you're all right in the end. I smiled and reached up my hand to pet his cheek. His skin felt like fire. You're one of my best friends, Jacob Black. Don't ever change, okay? He laughed. As wonderful as I am right now. Why would I ever change? After that we moved on to other topics. Jake lifted me off his lap and went to work on his car while we talked about the daily minutiae of our lives. I listened with some concern when he told me about a rift between him and one of his best friends, Embry, who started acting strange a while back and now didn't associate with Jake and Quill anymore, whoosing to hang out with another group of older Quileute boys including Sam Yulee, the huge guy who came over Sunday morning. Jake sounded angry, but I could tell beneath the anger was a lot of pain too. Oh, as he mourned the loss of his best friend. I went up to him then, and hugged him tightly from behind, trying to provide him with the same comfort and support he showed me earlier. Jake sighed, turned around and pulled me into a proper hug. We stayed that way for a long time, each of us trying to cope with our pain. Eventually it was time for me to go back. I stopped by the house briefly to say hello to Billy, then headed back to Forks. As soon as I was on the road I called Jasper to tell him I was on my way home. He sounded better, and assured me that he would be waiting for me right on the reservation border. Every other feeling I experienced faded away when the sheer joy at the thought of seeing him in person absolutely took over, and I drove as fast as the truck would allow. I finally saw him standing by the side of the road and immediately pulled over. This time I didn't wait for him to get inside. Instead, I jumped out of the truck and went to him, falling into his arms. I pressed myself as closely to him as I could, and he wrapped his arms tightly around me. God, I've missed you, he said. I've missed you too, I replied. The rain had stopped while Jake and I were talking, the residual moisture making everything glisten in the moonlight. I noticed that Jasper's clothes were soaked, making mine wet as well. I pulled away. You need to change, I said. You have dry clothes in the truck, right? He nodded. I do, but it's not safe for me to change here, with you in the open. We should go. I frowned. I need to go home. Charlie will be expecting me soon. Jasper nodded. May I spend the night with you again? He asked cautiously, almost as if he was asking against his better judgment. I looked down at the ground, suddenly extremely shy and self-conscious. Of course, I'd like that, I said quietly. He cupped his hand over my chin and pulled my face up to look at him. I gazed into his gorgeous topaz eyes and melted. The fingers of his hand brushed over my cheek as his thumb outlined my lips. This week has been sheer torture, darlin', he whispered. I know. For me too. I'm sorry about earlier. I shook my head. Let's not talk about that now. You're right. This is much too public for my taste. Let's get you home. We do have a lot to talk about. Jasper held my hand all the way home, both of us needing to maintain physical contact. Only the thought of him up in my room with me all night convinced me to let him go when I pulled into the driveway, and even then it was difficult. "How are Jake and Billy?" Charlie asked when I walked into the house. "Okay," I said and went into the kitchen to fix a plate for dinner. Charlie followed me. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." "Why?" "Just unusual for you to go out there on a school night." "Great." Charlie picked the worst possible time to be perceptive. I put the plate of food in the microwave as I thought about how to answer. Not being able to think of a good enough lie, I decided to go with the truth. I just had something to talk to Jake about. Get a guy's perspective. Charlie didn't have a follow-up question. I guessed he figured what I needed to talk to Jake about would just embarrass him. Which was exactly what I'd intended. "Okay, then, I'll go back to the game." "Sure, Dad, I'll just eat and head upstairs. I'm kind of beat." Charlie turned and was about to leave the kitchen when he stopped abruptly. "Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. How did your project with Mike go?" I sighed. What was with him and Mike? The last thing I needed while Jasper was here listening was for my Ather to go on and on about how great he thought Mike was for me. "It was fine," I said in a clipped voice. Please, Charlie. Take the hint. Was that what you needed to talk to Jake about?" "Oh, come on." "Kind of." Since Charlie was not taking subtle hints, it was time for a more aggressive approach, but I really do need to get upstairs and do some homework and then get to bed. I'm exhausted. "Oh, okay. Sorry, Bells. I know you've had a lot going on this week. You don't know the half of it." I ate quickly and washed the dishes before heading upstairs. Jasper was already in the room, wearing a fresh change of clothes. This time he was dressed all in black. Black jeans, black hiking boots and a black long-sleeved versus neck t-shirt that draped magnificently over his muscular chest and arms. The outfit only served to accentuate his pale skin and his wavy blonde hair. I swallowed hard as a swarm of butterflies took flight in my stomach. I closed the door behind me and walked up to him slowly. Not willing to take my eyes off him for an instant, I stalked a few inches away from him, reaching up to touch his face with both of my hands, to make sure he was really in the room. He closed his eyes as I ran one of my hands through his hair while I traced the fingers of the other over his cheeks, his forehead, his eyes, his nose, his chin and, finally, his lips. "So you really are here," I whispered. I was afraid I might be daydreaming. "Do you do that often?" he asked softly. I thought it was just me. He opened his eyes then and caught my wrist in his hand, holding my fingers against his lips. He kissed my fingers and then moved my hand to my lips, pulling me close to him with his other arm. I sighed as my body came into contact with his. It was all I could do not to use the hand still wrapped in his soft golden hair to pull down his head and let our lips collide. I couldn't remember a time when I wanted to kiss someone more than I did Jasper at that moment. I felt his hand release my wrist and his fingers moved over my face, exploring it much the same way I explored his. It was my turn to close my eyes and give myself over to feeling his cool, smooth fingers glide over my skin. I placed my free hand against his chest, thrilling at the feel of his well-defined pectorals beneath my fanned-out fingers. I moved my other hand through his hair, down his neck, over his broad shoulder and down his arm, allowing it to rest above his elbow, wrapped around his bicep. I inhaled deeply and my senses were flooded with a heady combination of his usual incredible spicy aroma along with the smell of fresh rain in the forest. I swayed slightly and I felt his arm muscles flex beneath my hand in response to my need for additional support. I heard a quiet moan, only party ally understanding that I had been the one to make it. His fingers, finished with the exploration of my face, settled beneath my chin and lifted my head. I opened my eyes again to stare deeply into his. I saw his head dip and a panic momentarily, unsuccessfully trying to pull away. He continued his tight hold, not allowing me to move. "Shish," he whispered, shaking his head so lightly it was almost imperceptible. His eyes silently reassuring, asking me to trust him. He lowered his face so that our cheeks brushed against one another, his lips settling at my jawbone. He placed a feather-light kiss there. It felt cool and soft, like a landing of a snowflake. My head rolled to the side as my neck muscles refused to keep it upright. His lips moved higher, leaving a trail of barely their kisses until he reached my earlobe, which he briefly sucked between his lips before whispering in my ear, his gentle breath causing my whole body to shudder. "I want to kiss you so much, Bella, it's tacky. In every ounce of strength I have to refrain. But soon, darlin', very soon, I will be back a free man, and then nothing and no one is going to come between us." My eyes were closed again and I was relying on him entirely to remain upright. I felt like I was floating in a dream. His promise didn't feel real. I couldn't let it feel real. As much as I wanted to believe that this incredible man actually wanted me, I knew I could not allow myself to do so. It was easier this way, convincing myself that his words were products of my imagination. This way, if something went wrong and he never returned from his meeting with Alice, I could just blame foolish dreams. I wouldn't have to face the fact that once again I had allowed myself to believe in the impossible. Jasper reacted to the slackening eye and my body by pulling me even tighter against him, nearly lifting me off the floor. He backed up, taking me with him until he reached the edge of my bed. Slipping his free arm beneath my knees, he lifted me as he sat down, cradling me to him and settling me in his lap. I moved both of my arms up, twining my fingers together behind his neck, and pressed my face into his chest. There was nothing I could say. I simply channeled all of my love and desire towards him, knowing he would be able to feel the emotions I could not verbalize. We sat together silently for a long time, neither one of us wanting to interrupt this perfect moment. Then I heard the telephone ringing downstairs, and I instantly sat up straighter, straining to hear what was going on. It was highly unusual for anyone to call this late in the evening. And typically a late call like this meant an emergency. Sensing a shift in my mood, Jasper released me and I scrambled off his lap to move towards the door. I looked back and saw a scowl cross Jasper's face. "It's nothing alarming, Bella," he said in a low voice. Then we both heard Charlie bellow, "Bella, Mike's on the phone." Mike? What in the world could Mike possibly need to call me about tonight of all nights? I mentally cursed Mike and every deity I could think of for their cruel sense of timing. Shooting Jasper an apologetic glacé over my shoulder and whispering, "I'd better get that." I opened the door and went downstairs. Charlie was in the living room, holding out the cordless phone. "Hi Mike." I tried to sound natural as I retreated back upstairs into my room. "What's up?" I closed the door behind me and sat down next to Jasper. I knew he would be able to hear both parts of the conversation no matter where I was in the house, and I wanted to be near him so I could watch his reaction. "Hey, Bella." Mike's voice was cautious, tentative. I just wanted to apologize for earlier, for leaving without saying goodbye." This was the reason he had to call tonight. He had nothing to apologize for. I was the one who behaved like a jerk, forgetting to say goodbye or even to thank him for taking me out until it was almost too late. I looked at Jasper, whose face was suddenly completely devoid of expression. Oh, I didn't know how to respond. "Don't worry about it. I was in such a hurry. I left without saying goodbye either." I cringed, shooting Jasper's silent apology. I would make this call as short as possible, but I couldn't just hang up on Mike. "So you're not mad at me, then?" Mike asked. Jasper scowled. "No, not at all. I didn't even give it a second thought," I said. "And please get to the point so I can get off the phone." "Okay." He was still hesitant. "Good. 'Cause, at the restaurant you were, I don't know. I thought we were having fun and then something happened and I had no idea what. And then it felt like you just couldn't wait to get away and I kind of lost it and got stupid, I had no idea what he meant. I tried to think to what happened earlier. I said I had to leave for La Push and we all left the restaurant. End of story. We didn't say goodbye, but that was all. I would hardly count that as losing it. Mike, I let a little of my exasperation seep into my voice. I have no clue what you're talking about. I mean, I accept your apology, but you really have nothing to apologize for. Until you called, I thought everything was fine. He was silent. Great. How the hell am I going to get him off the phone if he doesn't talk? Mike, you still there? I asked, trying not to sound annoyed. Yeah, he said. He sounded kind of sad. He's being played like a piano. I heard Jake's voice echoing in my head. I had to put a stop to it, right now. Mike, listen, I think that maybe this work on the project this week gave you and some other people the wrong idea. I'm sorry if you thought. I didn't, he hastily interrupted. I didn't think anything. I pressed my free hand tightly over my eyes. Of course he somehow got the wrong idea. I could hear it in his voice. And I had been completely oblivious to it. Look, I'm really sorry if I wasn't clear this week, if I did anything to make you. I meant everything I said last week, Mike. I'm just not ready right now. Shit. I looked at Jasper's pained expression and I knew he wanted me to be more definite. He wanted me to tell Mike there was never going to be anything between us. But I couldn't go that far. Because really, how could I hope to win against Alice, who hadn't even been bothered enough by me to come back to Forks to fight for her mate? Choosing instead to wait for him to return to her. And if I couldn't be with Jasper, then why couldn't I get a chance to see if I could make this human relationship with Mike work? Why couldn't I leave that possibility open? I didn't want Mike now, I knew that, and if Jasper came back there would be plenty of time to make that clear. But I needed a little more time to know exactly where I stood. Because no matter what Jasper whispered in my ear, the future was still far from certain. No, Mike protested, you didn't do anything. And I didn't think. He cursed quietly. I don't know what I was thinking. I know nothing's changed. It's just that, like I said, at the restaurant, it felt like I did something wrong, like maybe you changed your mind about even wanting to be friends. That statement hurt. Whatever else happened or didn't happen between us, I didn't want to lose Mike's friendship. I thought we said we'd stay friends no matter what, I said slowly. We did okay. You know what? I'm just being stupid. I don't know what the hell got into me tonight. Clearly I got some wires crossed somewhere. Just forget I called, okay? Let's just pretend this never happened. Sure, I said, but I didn't really know how that was possible. And we're still on for the bonfire Saturday, right? Just as friends. I shot Jasper a panicked look. I completely forgot about the bonfire. With Laurent still on the loose, I couldn't very well hang out so close to the forest in a place where Jasper couldn't protect me. Actually, before I could say any more I felt Jasper's hand squeezing my arm. I looked at him and he mouthed, "Say yes," his eyes suddenly very intense. I scrunched up my eyebrows in shock, forming a, "What?" with my lips. "Say, yes." He mouthed again, very deliberately, then nodded his head to emphasize his point. I didn't know what this was all about, but I trusted Jasper. Actually, yes, I was. I looked at Jasper again. He was still nodding, his face tight with stress. I was looking forward to it, I choked out. Mike didn't seem to notice anything odd about the tone of my voice. "Good," he said. "All right, then, I'll pick you up Saturday at 3 o'clock. We're all going early to hang out at the beach and go hiking before the fire starts." 3, I said, trying to keep the shock out of my voice. "That sounds good." "Okay, then, see you tomorrow at school. Good night, Bella." "Good night." I clicked the off button and turned to Jasper. Why would he deliberately tell me to spend an entire Saturday afternoon and night with Mike at La Push? This didn't make any sense at all. Instead of answering my unspoken question, he posed on of his own. "It's about time for you to be getting ready for bed, isn't it?" Confused, I nodded. "Then please take the phone back, tell Charlie about Saturday, and then get ready for bed. I promise I'll explain when you return." I looked at him carefully, wondering if I should argue and insist that he tell me what was going on immediately, but I decided it wasn't worth it. Jasper never kept things from me. I knew he wasn't stalling for time, hoping I would forget to ask later. He had simply determined that what he needed to tell me would take more time than we had right now. I sighed and walked over to my dresser, reaching into the top drawer to pull out my nightclothes and toiletries. I dropped them off in the bathroom before heading downstairs to put back the phone. A bunch of us are going to a bonfire at First Beach Saturday, I told Charlie. That's okay, right? Are you going with Mike? Not this again. Mike's driving me there, but we're going with a bunch of people, just as friends. Really? Dad, can you drop this whole Mike thing? It's getting old. We are not going out. If that ever changes, I'll issue a bulletin. But until then, I really don't want to hear it. Okay. Charlie looked a bit taken aback. Well, I didn't realize you felt so strongly about it. I must have asked him 1,000 times to stop. Grr, I do. I feel very strongly about it. So do we have a deal? Sure, kid, he said reluctantly. I'll quit pestering you. It's just, I know, I interrupted him. I know you're worried about me since Edward left, and I know you think Mike is a nice guy from a good family. I know all that, but please, stop. All right, he said. I'll stop, and I'm sorry. Maybe I should have been a little more sensitive before. I sighed and leaned over the couch to give him a quick hug. It's all right, Dad. Just don't do it anymore. I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night, Bells. Sleep well. I went back upstairs and got ready for bed in the bathroom. I looked down at my sweatpants and t-shirt. It wasn't exactly a glamorous look. Not something you chose to wear when you were competing for the affections of an unbelievably gorgeous and sexy vampire. I could only imagine the kinds of outfits I stopped myself mid-thought. Of course, Alice never needed to sleep, so any outfits she wore to bed would have had an entirely different purpose. Images of her little pixie body clad in every outfit in the Victoria's Secret catalog flooded my mind. How the heck could I compete with that? Even wearing the very same clothes it would be no contest, and dressed as I was right now there was absolutely no hope. I sat on the edge of the tub and rested my face in my hands, trying hard not to cry. Jasper said that he was connected to me intellectually and emotionally, and I just had to believe that this was enough to trump physical attraction. But would he actually remember that when he came face to face with his beautiful mate? All I could do was have faith in him and hope for the best. I took a deep breath, gathered up my toiletries and day clothes, and headed back to the bedroom. This time, I didn't bother to turn off the lights. We had important things to discuss and, at least for the first topic, my need to see him as more important than feeling less self-conscious about my own appearance. Jasper was sitting on the edge of my bed, waiting for my return. I closed the bedroom door, put away my toiletries in the dresser, threw my dirty clothes into the hamper and sat down beside him. We need to talk about Mike, I said. I know. I'm sorry about earlier. I may have been a little crabby. I smiled. Yeah, maybe just a bit, but seriously, you know how I feel about you, Jasper. I think about you all the time. It's quite a distraction, actually. Maybe that's why I don't always notice stuff going on around me. His face clouded. I had no idea about the rumors going around school until Angela told me today. I'm so sorry you had to listen to that all week. You should have told me. He shook his head. The rumors weren't your fault, and I knew there was no truth behind them. I didn't want you to feel like you were doing anything wrong, because you weren't. I knew if I told you you'd react exactly like this, like it was somehow your fault. You need to stop blaming yourself for things other people do. But you were hurting, I exclaimed, and maybe there was something I could have done to stop it. You would have done that for me. He reached over and covered my hand with his. This is enough, darling. To know that you would have tried to stop it if you could is enough. And I already knew that. Besides, I'm not so fragile that the speculations of human teenagers can really hurt me. I sighed. You weren't so reasonable a few hours ago. He chuckled. Well, as you so rightly pointed out, I was thirsty and frustrated about Laurent. And I have to admit, seeing Mike touch you and knowing what he was feeling when he did. Stop, I said forcefully. I really don't want to know what Mike was feeling. Too much information. As long as he doesn't act on those feelings, I don't care and I don't want to know. I'm just trying to explain why. You don't have to explain. I understand. And I'll try to be more careful. Watch where I'm going. He swore quietly. Could you please forget I ever said that? I mean it when I say that none of this is your fault. It's not even the kid's fault, he sighed. I mean, who in their right mind wouldn't be thrilled to spend time with you? And he doesn't know about me, so it's not like he's intentionally trying to step on someone else's turf. He stood up and walked a few steps, facing away from me. I just wish I was free already, so we could tell everyone about us. I want everyone to know you're mine. Then I'd actually have a reason to crush Nay. WTON if he started getting too fresh with you. Okay, first of all, he wasn't fresh. He saved me from a fall. And second, you don't have to crush anyone. I walked up to him and placed my hands on his shoulders, pressing my forehead to his back. Jasper, you know exactly how I feel about you. There's nothing Mike or anyone else can do that would make me feel differently. Only one person can make me feel differently about you. And that's you. Now, I would be lying if I didn't admit that you being so possessive of me wasn't flattering in a way, or that jealousy didn't make you extremely sexy. His back straightened a little at that. Yeah, he asked, surprised, still turned away from me. Sexy, huh? His voice seemed to drop an octave for the last two words. I giggled. Definitely sexy, I confirmed. But, I turned serious again. It's also a little scary and totally uncalled for. I know things are different in the vampire world. You don't interact with a lot of other vampires outside of the coven. And within a coven you're pretty much all mated siblings, so there are no inappropriate feelings. But I'm human, surrounded by a sea of other humans, many of whom will have feelings about me that are probably very inappropriate. And if you couldn't feel what they were feeling, it wouldn't matter, because the only thing that matters is what they choose to do about those feelings. Now, I understand why it's difficult for you to ignore these feelings, but you have to try. Mike is a teenage boy and he's bound to have some inappropriate feelings about me and a lot of other girls too, I bet. Humans do that. I'm sure you've felt some of the inappropriate feelings I've had about you. He turned around and looked down at me with a small smile that traveled all the way to his eyes, which suddenly seemed smokier than before. I may have felt some things from you, darling, but I'm not sure I would have classified them as inappropriate. Sexy melting butter voice was back, and right during a serious conversation. Stop thinking about the voice. Focus. Jasper, listen to me. What I'm saying is that you can't physically threaten every guy who touches me or who has inappropriate feelings about me. If you do, then I won't be able to have any male friends, and that's not fair. I care about you very much, you know exactly how much, but you can't ask me to give up my friends for you. For a moment he was lost in thought, considering what I said. I'm sorry, darling. You do provoke a strong possessive response in me. I'd like to think it's all just talk, that I wouldn't actually harm anyone. Even the words scare me a little, Jasper, I said quietly. He was silent a while longer. All right, I don't think I can stop feeling jealous and possessive of you, but I'll try not to say anything, and I definitely will not harm anyone unless they're a danger to you. Will that do? I smiled. I knew this was the best I could hope for, and it was more than I had expected him to commit to tonight. That's perfect, Jasper, I said. And now, will you please explain to me why, even though earlier you wanted to rip his arms off for saving me from some serious pain, you want me to spend an entire afternoon and evening with Mike Newton in the one place where you cannot protect me from Laurent? Jasper's face turned serious in an instant. I think Charlie will make Hi's way upstairs before this conversation is over, so why don't we turn out the lights and continue this talk in bed? My curiosity truly piqued. I walked over to the bed and sat down on one side with my back against the headboard. Jasper frowned slightly. Don't you want to get comfortable under the quilt, darlin'? He asked. Nope. If I lie down I'll be tempted to close my eyes and then I might fall asleep. And you said this was serious, so for now I'll just stay right as I am, thanks. He shrugged and then nearly instantly turned off the lights and sat beside me. Given the limited amount of space on my twin-size bed, our shoulders, arms and legs were right next to each other, touching. So, you are going to tell me why someone who claims to be very possessive and jealous and won't let me out of his sight because there's a dangerous vampire in the vicinity, wants me to spend my day at the one place where he can't protect me, and with another guy to boot. Jasper sighed. I know it sounds pretty irrational, but there's a good explanation. I can't wait to hear it. How much do you know about Carlisle's history with the Quileutes? I frowned. I knew only what Jacob had told me earlier this year on First Beacon. At the time, I wasn't paying too much attention to any information that didn't directly involve Edward. Do you know about the treaty? Jasper prompted. Yes. I was happy I remembered something. Carlisle made a treaty with Jake's great-grandfather that as long as the Cullens stayed off the reservation and didn't hunt humans, the Quileutes would not reveal that the Cullens were vampires. That's right. Now, do you know how the Quileutes knew that Carlisle and his coven were vampires? Not really. I always assumed the Quileutes saw Carlisle hunting. That may well have been the case. But hunting animals is not in and of itself a suspect activity. Humans hunt animals, after all. Even drinking the blood of the animal you hunt is not unheard of in certain cultures. Especially the Native American cultures. So our hunting habit would not, in and of itself, reveal us as anything but human. I thought about what he said and it made sense. So there had to be another way for the Quileutes to know. I tried to concentrate on Jacob's story from last spring, hoping I could retrieve something helpful. I wished I had paid better attention. I was getting really frustrated. I'm sorry, Jasper. I just don't remember everything that Jake said. All I can remember is something about the tribe descending from wolves. Did he mention that it was more than just being descendants of wolves? I arched my eyebrow. What was he getting at? I'm really not sure. I just don't remember. I thought hard again. A distant memory was tugging at me now. Something Jacob had said about the cold ones being enemies of the wolf. No, enemies of men who turned into wolves. My eyes opened wide at the suddenly clear recollection. Werewolves, I exclaimed. Jacob said his ancestors were werewolves, and that vampires and werewolves were natural enemies. I turned to look at Jasper. His face, pale and slightly luminescent, was easier to see than the rest of the room, though in the dark even his features took on a grainier black and white movie quality. I was looking for any sign that my inferences were wrong, but all I found in his face was confirmation. Jasper, are you trying to tell me that Jacob's great-grandfather was a werewolf? That he knew Carlisle and his family were vampires because they were natural enemies? My voice trembled a little. I had a bad feeling that I already knew the answer, but wasn't really sure I wanted to hear it. Jasper took my hand and intertwined our fingers, squeezing reassuringly. Yes, Bella, Ephraim Black, and other warriors of his tribe, were werewolves. I gasped. My head was spinning with information that made no sense. My acceptance of the existence of vampires had been easy, almost too easy, but it had taken up all of my capacity to believe in the world of supernatural beings. There was no room for werewolves, warlocks, elves, centaurs, unicorns or any other mythical creatures. As I started to imagine the possibility of a world populated by these mythical others, a world where humans were just one of many, perhaps even a minority of species, and certainly the most vulnerable, the sheer terror of my thoughts overwhelmed me and my breaths started coming in short, uneven bursts. Jasper released my hand so that he could wrap his arm around me. Then, in one fluid movement, he lifted me, shifted his body to the center of the bed and positioned me between his now opened legs, his arms wrapped tightly and protectively around my midsection, his lips next to my ear whispering calming words of comfort. "What is this place, Jasper?" I asked when I finally trusted myself to speak. My voice still trembled a little. How is it possible that werewolves and vampires both existed here, in Forks? Jasper sighed. I don't have the answers for you, Bella. Except to tell you that not everything in the world is as it seems, and that some human legends really do have basis in fact. Many Native American tribes have legends about being descendant from spirits of animals. We don't know if any of the other legends are true, but we knew that back when Carlisle first settled in Forks at least some of the Quileutes had the ability to shift from human to wolf form, and that their wolf form was much more powerful than that of regular wolves, powerful enough to kill vampires. I gasped again. So that's why Carlisle made the treaty. To make sure the werewolves didn't kill anyone in his coven. As you know, Carlisle's nature is that of a peacemaker, so he probably would have tried to negotiate a treaty even if there was no threat. But I'm sure the possibility of one of his family being injured or killed in a battle with the werewolves occurred to him and helped him make the decision. And we have all honored the terms of the treaty ever since. Never venturing on Quileute land. I didn't speak, my mind working furiously to make sense of the information Jasper gave me tonight. It was just too much. Then, just when I thought I couldn't handle any more, another thought occurred to me. Everything Jasper was telling me was in the past, but the original conversation was about the bonfire at First Beach Saturday. Suddenly I knew that the old stories were not confined to the past. That somehow the past had seeped into my modern-day life once again. So what does all this have to do with Saturday and Mike? Jasper growled menacingly and then immediately apologized when he felt my shiver of fear. I'm so sorry, darlin', he whispered. I'm going to work on that, but it might take me a little while to develop sufficient control. I nodded. It's okay, Jasper, I said, I know it must be difficult for you to have to suppress yet another instinct. Jasper let out a heavy sigh. Then, pressing his nose against my hair, he inhaled deeply and sighed again. He inhaled once more, this time emitting a low, satisfied purr. It's a constant struggle, he finally admitted, but you're worth it. I melted against him, pressing my back even closer to his chest and moving my head slightly so that our cheeks brushed against one another, provoking a heavy sigh of my own. I closed my eyes, reveling in the sensations that were taking over my body which, I was certain, was slowly liquefying. My previous feelings of terror were momentarily forgotten as I became awash in pure deliciousness and my imagination was flooded with images of Jasper's hands, shifting from their comforting position around my stomach to explore the rest of my body, his cool fingers touching and teasing. I heard him groan behind me. Darlin'. His voice was strained and pleading as he loosened his hold and shifted my body, still keeping me in front of him but leaving a distance between us. Bella, have mercy, please. I don't know how much self-control I actually have, but we're pushing at the limits, and I know we're nowhere near ready for the consequences if I were to lose it. I can't believe I'm even asking this, but may I please? He hesitated. And I could tell it was taking a lot out of him to vocalize the question, may I please try to calm you a little? I stiffened. I couldn't believe I had been so selfish, so self-absorbed in my own fantasies that I completely failed to consider the effect my feelings would have on him. My complete mortification effectively extinguished all inappropriately lustful thoughts and feelings. I spoke cautiously, trying to ensure the accuracy of my statement before I even said it. I think I got it, Jasper. I'm okay now. I am so sorry. I wasn't thinking. If you still need to, of course you should. I wanted desperately to look back at him, but I couldn't look him in the eye. I had been in this position before, the much too overeager human testing the self-control of a vampire. It seemed some things never changed. You don't have to apologize, Bella. It's all right. It's just that whatever it was you were thinking about made you release really powerful emotions. And when those combined with what I was already feeling, it was a little overwhelming. But I'm fine now. The control is back. Apparently both yours and mine. He chuckled, then stopped abruptly. Charlie is about to come upstairs. Maybe you should lie down, just in case. He shifted from behind me, got up and walked to stand behind the door. I slipped under my quilt and pretended to sleep. I forced myself to breathe evenly as I waited to see if Charlie would check on me before he went to bed. After a few minutes, Jasper came back to sit on the bed beside me. Guess he wasn't too worried about you tonight, he said. Good. I sat up again. Now maybe you can finally tell me what werewolves have to do with Mike. He looked a bit pained. Saturday night, after I dropped you off at your house, I went hunting. Do you do that every night? I asked, suddenly curious. Most nights. I try to hunt nightly because of the training, so I'm not thirsty during the day. Plus, the hunt gets out some of my natural aggression. It's been beneficial. Anyway, as I was saying, Saturday night I was hunting and I ran into a strange scent. I followed it to the Quileute border and that's when I saw them. A pack of 4 werewolves. I gasped and looked at him in alarm. Did he really just tell me, cool as a cucumber, that a few days ago he ran into a pack of his only natural enemies? A pack of 4 werewolves. Just a few miles away from Forks. You just followed a strange scent alone. What if they'd attacked you? Hurt you? Bella, he sighed, I wish you'd have a little more faith in me. I didn't exactly walk into the situation blind. Believe me, I thoroughly evaluated the danger before I proceeded. Even without any battle skills, my ability to control their moods would have been sufficient to keep me safe. When I saw them I simply assured them that I intended to comply with the treaty and their pack leader indicated that they would do the same. After I saw the werewolves, I continued with my hunt and came across Lawrence's scent. And then I had no time to do anything else. My sole focus was to get over here and make sure you were safe. Once I got here and made certain that the house was secure, I had a lot of time to think. I knew you were planning to go to La Push for brunch, and I seriously considered asking you to change your plans, to pretend to get sick. Or do anything to get out of going to the one place where I could not follow. But then I realized that the reservation was actually a very safe place for you. The werewolves guard the reservation against vampires. So I knew that even thought I couldn't be with you, you would be protected in La Push. And that's why you told me to see Jake tonight. I was finally starting to understand. Yes, darlin', he reached for my hand, lifted it to his lips and kissed the top. He didn't let go as he continued to speak. I was desperate to see you, but I couldn't risk it without hunting first, and I could not leave you unprotected to hunt. So the only solution was to send you back to La Push. I'm sorry I couldn't explain before, but I figured I needed to deliver this sort of information in person. I leaned over to rest my head on his shoulder. There were werewolves at La Push. Werewolves who, apparently, were no threat to me, and who would keep me safe from Laurent. Werewolves who, given half the chance, would love to sink their teeth into Jasper. I shuddered. Then another alarming question occurred to me. If Jacob's great-grandfather was a werewolf, is Jake a werewolf too? Jasper frowned. I don't think so. I can't be sure. Of course, because we don't really know how the whole werewolf thing works. Until I saw them Saturday night, we had all assumed the werewolves died with Ephraim Black and his contemporaries. But you said you and Jake talked about me and his biggest concern was that I was Edward's brother and wasn't single. I have to believe that if he were a werewolf and knew I was a vampire, those other concerns would be inconsequential compared with the concern about my true nature. Relief flooded through me. I didn't know if I could handle having a werewolf as a best friend. And then I was afraid again. Afraid for Jasper. He must have sensed it, because he responded immediately. It's all right, Bella. As long as I respect the treaty there is nothing for me to fear from the werewolves. And if Laurent steps foot on the reservation they might actually do me a favor by killing him. Werewolves are dangerous when they shift from human to wolf form, but as long as you're not near one as he's phasing, you should be fine, and I don't expect any of them will be phasing in public. I don't think they want strangers to know about them any more than we want people to know about us. So Saturday you're sending me to La Push so you can hunt again. In a manner of speaking. He kissed my hand again and turned to look into my eyes. Even in the near darkness his gold eyes sparkled. Last Sunday I promised you I would call in Emmett if I didn't take care of the Laurent situation in a week. My time is up Saturday night and, so far, the coward has refused to come to me. So Saturday, while you're at La Push, I will find him and finish this once and for all. I shuddered again. Darlin', he chastised, where is all that confidence you used to have in me? I thrived on that. I still need that. I looked back into his eyes and turned towards him, placing my free hand on his cheek. Just because I worry about you doesn't mean that I don't have faith and confidence in you, I said. I just don't want you to get hurt defending me. I'll be fine, Bella, I promise. I don't take unnecessary chances. I have a very important reason to stay safe, my future with you. I blushed. Sometimes the things he said were almost enough to really make me hope and believe. But then I remembered how dangerous that was and how vulnerable it made me, and the realist in me took over. I glanced at the clock and realized that it was quite late. I yawned. I knew I would pay the price tomorrow, but I wasn't ready to give up my time with Jasper yet. However, I decided that there was no harm in lying down. So I slid my body down the bed. He followed my lead and lay down beside me. I'm really glad you hunted tonight, I whispered. I was going crazy from not being able to see you and touch you. He turned to lie on his left side and started moving his right hand up and down my right arm. I know, darlin', I felt the same way. You're gorgeous from afar, of course, but nothing compares to being next to you. Feeling the warmth of your skin, smelling the sweet air you exhale as you whisper. I can never get enough of you, Bella. You're absolutely perfect. I sighed and turned to my side, facing away from him. He knew exactly what to say to make me feel good, but allowing myself to believe him was far too dangerous. Images of Alice on the Victoria's Secret runway flashed again in my brain. I felt Jasper move closer to me, fitting his body around mine. You're wrong, you know, Jasper said as he continued to run his fingers lightly up and down my arm. Wrong about what? I asked. Wrong to feel inferior in any way. Wrong to feel like you can't compete. Wrong to feel unattractive. What? My voice broke. What are you talking about? I sensed all those feelin'. GS earlier when you were in the bathroom, and I know you're starting to feel the same way again. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm spying on you, but I can't help noticing. I sighed. It's okay, Jasper. I know I can't hide these kinds of things from you. Well, for once I'm glad I know what you're feeling and that I'm here, because I can assure you that you have nothing to worry about. You don't need to compete with anyone. You've already won, at least when it comes to me. I find you absolutely amazing in every possible way. Jasper, I complained. I know we have some things in common and you like talking and spending time with me. But I'm just an average human girl. Jasper growled. There is nothing average about you. I can't think of anyone more remarkable than you. I sighed again. I appreciated what he was saying. But I knew Alice, and I knew I just didn't measure up. Jasper growled again. Bella, I'm not Edward. I've been around longer and I am far more experienced. In some ways I wish I wasn't. Because I know you would feel more comfortable if we were on a more even footing, but then I know someday we'll both appreciate how helpful my experience will be. I blushed at the suggestive nature of his statement. But I couldn't deny that a part of me was absolutely thrilled by the implication. But believe me, darlin', he continued, no woman, human or vampire, has ever done what you do to me without even trying. I couldn't help snorting in disbelief at his last statement. I was the most inexperienced, the most innocent human around. I was 18 and had never even been kissed by someone of my own species. My chaste kisses with Edward had been the extent of my experience. What could someone like me possibly do to someone like Jasper? His hand stopped moving and his fingers curled around my upper arm. Damn it, Bella, why aren't you listening to me? Why don't you believe me? He sounded so frustrated. I didn't know how to respond, didn't know how to make myself believe things that were impossible. Oh, hell, he said suddenly, snaking his arm around my waist and pulling me tight against him. Do you feel that, little girl? He hissed. That's what you do to me without even trying. I gasped in surprise at his actions and then gasped again as I felt and fully understood what he meant. I pulled away as quickly as I could, knowing that my face, neck and probably the rest of my body were quickly being covered with a fierce blush. Jasper, I exclaimed. He had pulled away from me as well, as much as my small bed would allow. I know, his voice was filled with remorse. That was completely improper and offensive. I'm sorry. It's just that you weren't listening to anything I said and I thought maybe if I showed you, but that was wrong. I know it was wrong. Do you want me to leave? I turned around, careful to focus my eyes on his face and not let them wander downward. No, I said. Of course I don't want you to leave. And I'm sorry if being around me causes you discomfort. He groaned at my choice of words. Like I said before, you're worth it. I didn't realize, Jasper. I probably should have, but I've never, I just don't have enough experience. I never thought. I know, darling, and there's no reason why you should have even thought about it. I'm too damn old to be reacting like this, like a freaking teenager. I should be more in control. But that is the effect you have on me. You and only you. I felt absolutely awful for making him feel like he wasn't in control in any way. My face must have betrayed some of my guilt. Don't worry about it, Bella. Don't worry about me. I can handle it, and I can wait until the time is right for us. Until you're ready. But I hate it when you're insecure, when you doubt yourself. When you question your exceptional qualities. I buried my face in my pillow. When he said it like that, I sounded like quite the basket case. And I wasn't. Not really. Except when it came to him, and Alice and vampires in general. But what human could measure herself against the beautiful immortals and come out ahead? I felt him stroking my hair, his fingers weaving themselves in on upward strokes and curling on the way down. I really loved this sensation. I turned my head slightly, so I could see him out of the corner of my left eye. I don't think that I will ever be completely secure. Until I know you've seen Alice and that your relationship is over. Because even if I let myself believe everything you say, I know things may change once you actually see her. Alice is so wonderful and she loves you so much. How will you be able to resist that? I saw his lips open in response, but I shook my head. Don't say anything, Jasper. It won't make a difference. This cannot be resolved with words, only time. For now, I just want to focus on being with you for as long as I have you, okay? He nodded and pulled closer to me again. I turned onto my left side and we resumed our previous position. His right arm wrapped possessively around me. Good night, Jasper, I murmured, suddenly extremely sleepy. Good night, darling, he said, his lips brushing my ear. As I drifted off to sleep, I heard the faint sounds of a new lullaby. Don't ask me. What you know is true. Don't have to tell you. I love your precious heart. I was standing. You were there. Two worlds collided, and they could never tear us apart. I woke up the next morning to the feel of Jasper hovering above me, his nose moving slowly against mine in a sweet Eskimo kiss. Prince Charming and Sleeping Beauty had nothing on us. It may not have been a real kiss, but it was a marvelous way to start the day. As soon as he realized I was awake, Jasper moved back to rest on the bed beside me. Good morning, sleepyhead. Time to go to school. I groaned. After staying up too late last night I was tired, and with Jasper beside me the last thing I wanted to do was go to school. I turned to the right to look at him. Maybe I could skip school today. He chuckled. What happened to the good girl Bella Swan, the police chief's daughter? I can't believe she would ever even think about ditching school. Besides, how long do you think it would take the school to call and alert Charlie if you actually did skip? He was right and he knew it. I really didn't have any options. With an exaggerated sigh, I threw off the quilt and got out of bed. Padding over to my dresser to take out something to wear in my toiletries. Well, I'm off to have a human moment or two, I said as I turned around. Will you be here when I get back? He was sitting on the edge of my bed, still wearing the all-black outfit from last night that made him look so dangerously sexy. Charlie's gone already, so I thought I'd stay and drive part of the way to school with you, he said. Is that okay? Of course that's okay. It's better than just okay, I smiled. If only every morning could be this good. I took a couple of steps towards him, placed my hands on his shoulders and pushed with the entire force of my body. Still, I knew it wasn't really my strength or weight, but rather his willingness to play along that caused him to fall back onto the bed, with me hovering above him. Mimicking one of his favorite moves, I pressed my nose against his skin at the point of the V-neck opening of his shirt, inhaling as I moved up over his collarbone, the hard muscle of his neck, the hinge of his jawbone and up to his ear. As usual, his intensely masculine and unique scent was absolutely heavenly. When I was even with his ear, I exhaled softly through my lips, directing the air across his skin, then inhaled through my nose and whispered, "Having you here all morning is fabulous." I gasped as he wrapped his right arm around me and flipped us over while moving us up on the bed, so that I was lying down fully and he was now the one hovering above me, just as he was when I first woke up. He lowered his head so that the tips of our noses were touching, our eyes locked together. "You're playing with fire this morning, darling," he said softly. "As you already know, when it comes to you my self-control is rather limited. You really shouldn't try to be my siren. You're not nearly as well protected." I swallowed at his implication. "I trust you. I know you do, Bella. I just hope your trust isn't misplaced." I turned my head from left to right and then back again, stealing another Eskimo kiss. "It doesn't seem to be this morning," I pointed out. "You're doing just fine." With a groan he pushed himself back up to a sitting position beside me. "No thanks to you," I laughed, feeling slightly guilty, but mostly a little smug and heady with power. As often as his actions had elicited strong physical responses from me, it felt great to finally turn the tables. Still, I had probably pushed far enough. Plus, it was really getting late. I rolled off the bed again, grabbed my clothes and toiletries and headed for the bathroom. "I'll be waiting for you downstairs," I heard him say as I was closing the bathroom door. I went through my morning routine as quickly as possible, grabbed my book bag and headed downstairs, where I downed a quick glass of orange juice and snagged a granola bar to eat in the car on the way to school. I wished I could stop time to spend just a little bit longer with Jasper, but not having any superpowers, I had to resign myself to the reality that our interlude together was almost over. Before we left the house he pulled me in one last prolonged hug. And then we were driving and I was dropping him off a few blocks away from the school parking lot, and my wonderful morning came to a grinding halt. After such a great beginning, the rest of Friday seemed to drag interminably. Everyone at school was excited about the next day's bonfire. But all I could think about was the danger Jasper would be in, hunting Laurent while we were having fun. I understood why I had to go, of course, but it was impossible. To work up the appropriate level of enthusiasm. Things between Mike and me were strained too. Everything was fine on the surface, but our interaction was a little less than natural. Things simply felt forced. He no longer threw his arm casually around my shoulder as we walked together between classes, and at lunch he waited until both seats next to me were taken before joining our table. I was paying more attention now, and I could tell that others took notice. There seemed to be quite a few low, speculative conversations by various groups of people, all sneaking glances in our direction. In a way I was glad. As Jake pointed out, this needed to happen for the good of all involved. But on some level one felt sadness too. Back when I was oblivious to all the gossip and thought that Mike and I were simply good friends. I enjoyed my time in school so much more. He had really made my days manageable. Now it was like something vital had been ripped away again. The reasonable part of me knew it had to be that way. But another part wanted to go back to a time when I was clueless but happier. I had no afternoon plans, but I had plenty to do at home, so I didn't mind. First, I gave the house a good scrubbing while doing several loads of laundry. I'd been neglecting housework to spend more time with Jasper, and, while Charlie didn't seem to notice, it had been bothering me a bit, so this Orc time at home actually worked in my favor. I was done cleaning by the time Charlie came home and we had dinner together in the kitchen, before he retired to watch TV and I went upstairs to work on my history assignment. We were studying ancient cultures and had to design a marketing brochure for one of the Greek city-states. The assignment was to market the city-state to a particular audience. I had to admit it was a unique and interesting project, but one that would take quite a bit of time, especially using my decrepit computer and dial-up connection. Now that my schedule was so unpredictable, I figured I had better get as much of a head start as I could. I went to bed a little early, tired from staying up the night before. I called Jasper and we talked about our respective days. He still sounded frustrated at Laurent's absence, but I could tell he was looking forward to his hunt Saturday. He seemed absolutely convinced that he would be able to track and deal with Laurent while I was at First Beach. As much as I wanted him to be right, I was still very concerned about the confrontation. I accepted the fact that Jasper was a skilled fighter and a careful planner and strategist, but this only minimized the risk. It didn't eliminate it, and as long as there was some risk that Jasper would be hurt, I couldn't help but worry. Saturday morning I slept in for a change. By the time I went downstairs to have breakfast, Charlie was already gone for his weekly fishing excursion with Billy. I grabbed a bowl of cereal for breakfast and ate in the backyard, while talking to Jasper. I couldn't see him, of course. But he could see me, and just knowing that he was out there nearby while we talked made me feel better. I really wished I could see him before I left for the bonfire. But since he hadn't hunted for a couple of days, he didn't trust himself to be around me. I assured him that he would be fine, and I was certain he would have been, but I was unable to convince him. After breakfast I called Jake to make sure he was going to be at the bonfire. I gave him an update on the situation with Mike and warned him not to freak out that Mike would be the one driving me to and from First Beach. He's been fine, Jake, so I don't think it will be a problem, but maybe you could just keep an eye out. Help me out if it looks like I need it. Sure thing, Bells. It's never a hardship keeping an eye on you. I could almost feel him winking at me, thought the phone, and I giggled in response. Behave, you incorrigible flirt. There'll be plenty of girls there for you to lavish your attention on who will actually appreciate it. Wow, Bella, you sure know how to cut a guy down. I mean, I know you've got more guys interested in you than you can handle right now, but you don't have to be so dismissive. I rolled my eyes, hoping he could see that as clearly as I saw his wink, and laughed. If I thought for 1 second that you were being serious, I might be a little more sensitive. But as it is, I know you're just being a pain. Plus, I know you've got thick skin and an even thicker skull, and nothing I say is actually going to hurt you. Jake let out a short bark of a laugh and we hung up, promising to tease each other mercilessly later. The conversation put me in a good mood and I actually enjoyed the rest of my morning and early afternoon as I worked on various school assignments. As 3 o'clock approached, however, I started getting more and more worried. By 2:30 I was dressed and ready to go, nervously pacing the living room as I waited for Mike. My cell phone buzzed and I knew Jasper had felt my tension and was calling to try to calm me down. I'm sorry, but I can't stop worrying about you, I said tersely. Darlin', he said patiently, you're being unreasonable. Today is no different than any other day this week. Laurent could have shown up at any time. There is no additional danger. I sighed. I knew theoretically he was right, but in my mind here was a difference between waiting to confront Laurent from a well-defended position and seeking him out where he could have the element of surprise on his side. Bella, you're stressing out for nothing, really. This is a good thing. At least this way he won't be anywhere near Forks. If I manage to find him and confront him, wouldn't you rather that happen far away from the local human population? I had to give him that point. I certainly did not want Laurent near anyone who lived in Forks. Now, before Mike arrives, can I ask you one favor? When you spoke with him Thursday night he mentioned hiking today. I'd really prefer you not go into the woods, even with a group of people. I don't know how the werewolves work or how many there are, but chances are they will have someone keeping an eye on First Beach. However, they may not have enough members to send lookouts with the hikers as well as keeping someone on the beach and running border patrols. I shivered at his words. Based on our conversation Thursday night, I assumed everyone at La Push would be safe from vampire attacks, but I now realized how foolish that assumption was. With so many more people milling about on the reservation, naturally defenses would be spread thin. I was glad Jasper warned me to stay on the beach, but now I wanted to stop everyone else from hiking as well. I knew Laurent was looking for me specifically, but if he was thirsty and ran across some of my friends, I just had to hope that he wasn't in Forks to hunt anyone but me. It was a surreal hope, to say the least. I promise I'll stay on the beach, Jasper. Thank you, darlin'. It will help me to know you're taking every precaution while there. Okay, I'll do my best, but you take every precaution too. Don't do anything stupid or too risky. KY just because you don't really want to call Emmett for help. Deal. Yes, Bella, it's a deal. Now, Mike is about 2 blocks away. Time to put away the phone. Call me before you leave the reservation tonight. If I still haven't found Laurent by then, I want to be able to follow you home. My throat tightened. What if something happened and this was our last goodbye? I'll see you soon, darlin'. Trust me, I'll see you soon. I swallowed as much of my fear and anxiety as I could. See you soon, Jasper. I closed the phone and packed it away in my bag just as the doorbell rang. Hey, Bella, Mike said after I opened the door. Ready to go? Yeah. I slung my bag over my shoulder and walked out of the house, locking the door behind me. I got into the passenger seat and buckled in as Mike closed the door and got in on the driver's side. He seemed happier today than yesterday, and that alone put me more at ease. He turned to me with a wide smile. So, ready to have some fun on the beach? I sue. PPOSE. I could have read more into that if I wanted, but I didn't get a sense that it was anything other than a straightforward question, so I just said, let's go, and we were on our way. The drive to First Beach was uneventful. Mike and I mainly talked about the social studies assignment, which he apparently worked on the previous night as well. I was surprised to hear that. I would have imagined a popular guy like him would have been out on a Friday night, but then I knew he wasn't dating anyone, and knowing that we were all going to be busy today, maybe a lot of people stayed home to finish their homework last night. In any case, I was glad not to feel like the only nerd of our group, if the subject ever came up. When we got to First Beach, Mike called Tyler and Eric over and the three of them got some rather large coolers and a grill out of the Suburban. Mike reached to the back and got out a few blankets and tarps. I grabbed those and we all walked to the beach with our gear. I didn't tell me we were supposed to bring stuff, I said to Mike, a bit of accusation in my voice because now I felt like a freeloader who didn't contribute anything to the gathering. Hey, it's no big deal. I mean, my parents have all this equipment because of the store, you know. And I always try to spring for a lot of the food and stuff. I save up my allowance. It's easier for me than for a lot of the others. He was clearly embarrassed, looking down at the ground as we walked. I realized that he wasn't always comfortable with being one of the wealthier kids in the school, and I found it sweet and endearing. Well, I could have made a potato salad or coleslaw or something, I grumbled, but my voice was no longer resentful. I'm actually a pretty good cook. He turned his head slightly. And looked at me from the corner of his eye. Sorry I didn't say anything, then. I bet your potato salad would have been better than the stuff I picked up at the store. Maybe next time. I'd really love to try it. Or any of your cooking. For that matter. He was embarrassed again, back to looking at the ground, like he'd said too much. And maybe he had said too much. Inviting him over for a home-cooked meal. That had a lot of implications that were beyond the friendship stage where I needed our relationship to be. Maybe next time, I said. I figured the next bonfire would be in the spring and by then everything would be different. We greeted the few people who were already there and the boys set up the coolers and grill in an area where others had already set up a makeshift mess hall tent. This was Forks, after all. And we had to be prepared for the weather. I spread out tarps on the sand near the temporary fire pit built out of loose rocks and covered the tarps with a couple of blankets, keeping other blankets in their plastic protectors. I guessed that even with the fire we would need those after dark, when the temperature dropped. Until then, it was a good idea to keep them protected from the elements. As I was working I saw Mike jog back to his car and wheel back a pretty impressive looking music system. I walked over to him just as he was setting it up and plugging in his iPod. "What is this thing?" I asked. "It's a party machine on wheels," he said, laughing. "It's an outdoor iPod docking station and a karaoke machine, just in case anyone wants to get really crazy later tonight." "Do you sing?" I scrunched my face in a frown, usually only under the threat of torture. "Do you?" He looked down, adjusting something on the machine. "Sometimes," he muttered. He stood up and we joined the rest of the growing crowd. Ben and Angela had arrived and I greeted both of them with hugs. Jessica and Lauren were there as well, along with a bunch of other kids from school. Then, from the edge of the forest I saw Jake walking over with another boy. I squealed and headed over in his direction. I would have run, but I was afraid of stumbling on a rock or root and falling flat on my face. So instead I just walked as quickly as I could. The slower pace gave me a little more time to enjoy the view. Jake and his friend were way too young for me, but I had to admit they were really good looking and buff. Both were wearing jeans and dark t-shirts that stretched impressively over their well-developed chests and arms. Jake's long hair hung loose around his face on one side, tucked behind his ear on the other. The other boy's dark hair was closely cropped, a style that suited his open face. I could only imagine how these two would be ogled by the girls from Forks. The boys in our school were nice and some were even very good looking, but none had anything in the physique territory that compared to these two. When I finally reached Jake I moved to hug him in greeting. He wrapped one arm around my mid-back and swung me around in a circle, laughing at my surprise. "Put me down, you brute," I said, laughing. He set me back down on the ground. I saw the other boy raise an eyebrow at our display. Jake didn't appear to notice. "Bella, this is Quill, one of my best friends." "Quill, this is Bella Swan. Chief Swan's daughter, right?" Quill said, holding out his hand. "I'm Quill Atira." I shook his offered hand. His grasp was surprisingly firm and warm. "That's right," I confirmed. "Nice to meet you, Quill. Jake's told me a lot about you," I said with a smile as he released my hand. Some of his swagger disappeared and he became a little flustered. Nice to meet you too. Wish I could say Jacob's told me a lot about you, but he apparently likes to keep secrets." Jake looked at him with surprise and speculation. "There's nothing to tell. Bella's like one of my sisters and I don't talk to you about them either." Quill's smile returned. "Like one of your sisters, huh? Sorry, bro, but maybe you should have mentioned the really good-looking sister." I blushed and looked away. Was this boy actually trying to flirt with me right in front of Jake? I saw Jake punch Quill in the ribs, playfully, but not softly. A painful grimace briefly covered Quill's face. "Watch your mouth, Quill. I know how you think and I wouldn't let you near any of my sisters." I decided it was time to put a stop to this and rejoin the others. "Okay, boys, enough of the juvenile humor. Let me introduce you to my friends." We started walking back to the group. I saw Mike watching us speculatively and, even from the distance, I could tell he was frowning. "Looks like Mike's a little put out," Jake said, softly enough so that Quill wouldn't hear. "He'll be fine," I responded quietly, but I was frowning as well. I hoped that I was right, but I wasn't entirely convinced. We finally reached the rest of the group and I went through the introductions. We were also joined by other kids from Forks and La Push. Mike, Tyler and Eric manned the grills and we started taking turns eating as the hamburgers and hot dogs became available. Feeling a little guilty, I drifted over to Mike's side and kept him company while he grilled. We worked together. As one batch of food was ready I took the platters out to the others and brought him a new batch to grill from the coolers. I could tell by the eel on his face that this interaction pleased him, and since all we had time for was a little meaningless banter, I didn't think there was any harm in it. Finally, after everyone had eaten, Mike turned off the grill and grabbed the food I made sure to set aside for him from the last prepared batch. "You're pretty good at this, Swan," he said as he finished his burger. "We make a great team. We should open a restaurant or something. You make the potato salad and I'll grill." I couldn't help long. "Right, a short order cook. I'm sure that's exactly the future your folks would want for you." "Maybe not," he said with a smile. "But they do want to see me happy. And I have a feeling I'd be pretty happy with that arrangement." I looked away, forcing the smile to stay on my lips even though all feeling of mirth was now gone. "Yeah, well, I think the restaurant business is a little too risky for me, so I'll go the college and career route." Mike knew he had overstepped the invisible boundary I tried to set up between us. He didn't apologize, but didn't say anything else as he kept eating. With the situation more tense between us, I took the opportunity to drift towards the rest of the group when he got up to throw away his plate. A group of people were getting ready to go hiking and asked Mike to come along as he approached. "Sure, sounds great," he said. "Bella, you coming?" I knew he had expected me to say yes based on my willingness to go hiking in the spring, but today was different. Even if Jasper hadn't specifically asked me not to go, I might have opted to stay on the beach just to put a little distance between me and Mike. "No, thanks. I don't think I'm up for it today. I'll just hang out on the beach." "I can stay and keep you company," he said. I could see he was trying to find a graceful way to back out of the hike. "It's okay, Mike. You go and enjoy the hike. There's plenty to do here to keep me busy." "I'm not going hiking, so I can keep you from getting bored," Quill volunteered. I laughed. Mike scowled, but clearly couldn't find a good enough excuse to stay without being too obvious, so he turned and followed the group of hikers, his shoulders stiff with tension. Jake stayed behind as well. So after the hiking group left, the three of us settled on the blankets and talked about the usual topics that made up small talk: school, music, hobbies. There were fewer people on the beach now, and as I looked around I saw one Quileute boy sitting off to the side by himself, not socializing with any of the others. "Who's that?" I asked Jake, pointing my chin in the boy's direction. Jake scowled. "That's Embry," he said bitterly. I remembered what he told me about Embry Thursday night. Still, I found it odd that Embry wouldn't have joined us now. It's not like any of his other friends were around. Why is he sitting there all alone? Should we ask him to join us? Quill shook his head. He doesn't want to have anything to do with us anymore, now that he's so tight with Sam, Paul and Jared. It's like he's too good for us, or something. It's weird. Maybe they have some sort of an alternative lifestyle thing going between the four of them. I mean, they're always together. Always showing up without their shirts on, he sniggered. Jared went off with the hikers, so maybe he and Embry had a lover's spat and Embry's pouting. "Shut up, Quill," Jake said darkly. "That's not funny. He's still our friend. Really. He's said 2 words to you lately, then. 'Cause he won't even look at me long enough to say hey." With friends like that, Quill's voice trailed off. Jake's eyes were on the sand next to the blanket. The conversation at a standstill. Things were becoming as strained here as between me and Mike. Desperate to change subjects, I looked up and noticed the gorgeous sunset. I elbowed each of the guys. "Check that out. It's so beautiful." The 2 of them looked up obediently. "Hard to notice anything as ordinary as a sunset with you sitting here," Quill said. I cringed at the obvious pickup line. "Knock it off, Quill, I'm warning you," Jake said. I noticed his body was starting to quiver with anger. I placed my hand on his arm to calm him and was shocked to feel how burning hot his skin felt. "Are you feeling okay, Jake? I think you have a fever." "I'm feeling a little odd," he admitted. "Nothing serious, though." I was concerned. "Should we get you to a doctor?" "Don't be ridiculous, Bella," he scoffed. "I'm fine." The sun had disappeared and it was rapidly getting dark. I saw the hikers coming back. Mike was frowning again, undoubtedly at the sight of me sitting with Quill and Jake with my hand on Jake's arm. Oh, well, Jake was a friend and Mike would just have to get used to it. Now that the whole group was reassembled, everyone quickly gathered the wood for the bonfire and lit it up. Mike headed off to the entertainment system. Karaoke, anyone, he yelled. Several guys groaned while the girls squealed in delight and ran up to Mike with their requests. The night exploded with sounds of karaoke standards of, "Hey Mickey, hit me baby, one more time," and, "I kissed a girl." Jessica and Angela came over to us and pulled me off the blanket, giggling. "Come on, Bella, we've got the perfect song for us to sing." I groaned, but followed them obediently, throwing a terrified look over my shoulder at Jake, who was grinning wide for a change. I groaned even louder when I heard the opening piano music, but went along anyway, singing. At first I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong. And I grew strong, and I learned how to get along. The song was such a classic anthem that despite our incredibly poor performance everyone was getting into it. From the corner of my eye I saw Mike smiling again, clapping in time with the music as we belted out the lyrics. The whole beach exploded into raucous applause when we were finished. The three of us bowed, then ran to the coolers to get some water to soothe our throats, hoarse from nearly screaming out the chorus. I took my water back to the blanket and settled myself down again between Jake and Quill. "Didn't know you had it in ya," Jake teased. "Neither did I laughed. It felt good, though. And it had. I realized that with that song I finally let Edward go completely. I did survive, and it felt damn good. Geez, he's about as subtle as a ton of bricks," I heard Jake say. I looked over and saw that Mike had picked up the microphone and was singing. I strained to hear the lyrics. "Everyone knows it's meant to be. Falling in love, just you and me. Till the end of time. Till I'm on her mind. It'll happen. I've been making lots of plans. Like a picket fence and a rose garden. I just keep on dreaming. But it's cool 'cause we're just friends." "Oh shit," I muttered as I recognized the song. My face was burning. I didn't think there was anyone on the beach who I didn't figure out why Mike had chosen this particular song to sing or whom he was singing it to. "I'm gonna go have a talk with him," Jake said menacingly, quivering again. "No, Jake, wait," I said as placed a restraining hand on him again, once more noticing he was burning up. "Let me talk to him first. Maybe the song I sang gave him the wrong impression." Jake scowled, but he seemed to calm down some. Out of the corner of my eye I saw that Embry and another Quileute boy had gotten up and were moving closer to our blanket, watching Jake with concerned expressions. Then Mike's song was over and I saw him walking towards us. He scowled when he saw my hand on Jake's arm. "So, Bella, I thought maybe if you're done babysitting for the night you can come and hang out with the rest of us seniors," he said, not even trying to hide his rudeness. Then everything happened in a blink of an eye. Jake launched himself up and at Mike before I could do anything, his whole body undulating with anger. At the same time Embry and Jared jumped at him, each boy grabbing him underneath one arm and pulling him away towards the forest. "Come on, man, you're not feeling well. We'll take you home," I heard Embry say, though I felt it was more for our benefit than Jake's. And then, just like that, they were gone. The rest of us looked around in confusion. No one could make sense of what had just happened. I realized I was shaking. I looked at Quill and saw that he was just as disturbed as I was. Off in the distance in the forest, we heard the howl of a wolf. Quill looked at me uncertainly, then slowly stood up. "I guess I'd better follow them," he said, "see what's wrong with Jake." In his eyes I saw fear. "He was burning up all day," I pointed out. "Maybe it's the flu. I wish he had let us take him home earlier. He must have been really suffering to snap like that." "Yeah, I've never seen him so out of control," Quill agreed. "It must have been the fever anyway. It was nice meeting you. Hope we get to hang out together again sometime. See you later, Bella." "See you, Quill." I watched him walk away towards Jake's house. I waited until he completely disappeared before turning to Mike. What the hell, Mike? These guys are my friends. Could you be any more rude? Mike had the grace to look embarrassed. I'm really sorry, Bella. I was just so. He sat down beside me, clearly frustrated. Look, maybe I don't have the right to ask, but is there something going on between you and Jake or Quill? What? I asked incredulously. No. I told you, Jake and I are just friends. And I only met Quill today. How can you even ask me that? Well, you and I are just friends, but it's no secret I'd like us to be more. Mike, I interrupted with a sigh. Hold on, he said, just let me finish. I know you said you weren't ready and I told you I was willing to wait. And I meant that, but from where I'm standing it looks like I'm not the only guy waiting. And it's not like I shouldn't expect that, you know. And it's not like I'm afraid of the competition. But I need to know if I am competing. So you tell me, is Jake my rival? Poor Mike. He was asking the right question, but about the wrong person. What was I supposed to tell him? Should I lie and say that Jake is a rival? I didn't think that would be fair to Jake. But if I told him the truth he'd be under the impression that there was no rival. Which was clearly false as well. And there was no way at all to tell him about Jasper. I really didn't know what to do. I shivered, suddenly noticing the absence of the two incredibly quilude boys who had flanked me all evening and kept me sheltered from the chill. Hey, you're cold, Mike exclaimed. He shrugged off his jacket and threw it over my shoulders. Then he started looking around for the blankets I had set aside earlier and, finding them, took them out of the plastic. He wrapped one blanket around me before wrapping himself up in another. Better, I nodded, staring into the dancing flames of the bonfire to avoid looking at him. So, will I get an answer to my question? I hated when he was like this, pressing and pushing me out of my comfort zone. Forcing me to answer the really tough questions. I just wanted Mike my friend, not Mike the would-be boyfriend. This was so hard, but I knew what I needed to do. Jake is not your rival, I answered slowly, but I've been thinking about our conversation. You know, in the parking lot of your parents' store. I think I made a mistake, Mike, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mislead you. Everything I told you that night was true. But as I think about it now, I don't think you and I could ever work that way. The way you want us to be. The picket fence and rose garden, I just don't see it. And I'm really sorry or anything I did that caused you to feel the way you do. I never meant to hurt you. I still hadn't looked at him, which made me feel like a coward. Whoa wow okay so I guess that's that thanks for being honest, I think. I had to look at him. It wasn't fair for me to do this and not suffer. I turned to face him, but he wasn't looking at me. Instead, he too was gazing intently into the fire. I thought I saw something glisten in his eye. Oh God, did I actually make him cry? Suddenly he leaned back to lie on the blanket, looking up at the sky. I tilted my head up. It was a pretty sky full of shining stars. A perfect evening to lie back and stargaze with someone you love. But, of course, the man I loved was not stargazing tonight. Instead, he was hunting a dangerous predator, all to protect me. I shook my head to try to erase the disturbing images, which would only make this evening more painful. I needed to pay more attention to Mike, who was clearly hurt by what I'd said earlier. Are you okay? It was such a lame question. Yeah, he said, his voice surprisingly clear and strong. I'm not sure why I expected him to be choked up. Just going over everything, figuring out how I screwed up. I pushed too hard, right? Quote, that's part of it, I allowed. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry. That's not the only thing, though. It's really more about me. He laughed. Am I about to get the, it's not you it's me, speech? I guess. I laughed a little as well at the cliché, but in this case it really is me. I wish I could like you that way. Believe me, it would make my life a lot less complicated. You're a great guy. Any girl would be lucky to have you. Any girl except you. And there's the rub, 'cause you're the only girl I'm interested in being had by. Mike, My voice was a plea. Hey. He sat up and reached for my hand. I had to fight the impulse to yank it away. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I told you it would be all right if you didn't feel the way I did, and I meant it. We can still be friends. At least, I hope we'll still be friends. Yeah, it won't be weird for you. He shrugged. I'm sure it will be, at first, but I'll get over it. You know me, I don't dwell. He smiled a wide smile to prove his point. Okay, then, let's try it. Just no more pushing for more, right? Right. I can accept defeat gracefully. Honest. I smiled. Based on how you're acting right now, I have no choice but to believe you. Good. It's settled, then. Now, how about some s'mores? We stayed on the beach for a couple more hours, making s'mores and watching more karaoke performances. It was a lot of fun. Almost enough to make me forget what was going on outside the reservation. Almost. Eventually we ran out of wood and the fire started to die down. The boys packed up the coolers, grills and tents and carried everything back to the cars. I took a moment to find a private spot so I could call Jasper. The call went directly to voicemail. What did that mean? One that he must have purposely changed the setting, which must have meant that he was close to catching Laurent. Or maybe he caught him already and just forgot to turn the phone back on. That seemed implausible. Jasper wouldn't forget. In any case, I took some comfort in the thought that if there was still something to worry about, he would have taken my call, so that he could intercept Mike and me at the border. Still, no matter how reasonable that sounded, I couldn't quite suppress a feeling of profound fear and dread. Driving back from First Beach, the road was illuminated by the lights of Mike's Suburban and a yellowish light coming from a gorgeous full moon. I stared out the window as we drove, hoping for a glimpse of a running figure, even thought I knew Jasper was much too good at this to allow himself to be seen. Did you have a good time tonight, Bella? Mike asked. I wondered if the lack of conversation was making him nervous. I answered. It was great. I'm sorry about the thing with Jake. I hope he gets better soon. His voice was perfectly neutral, sincere, with no undertones of jealousy or resentment. I looked over at him and found nothing in his face but genuine concern. Hopefully it's just a bug. He's a healthy boy, so, with luck, he'll get over it quickly. Healthy? Mike chortled. That's an interesting way to put it. All those Quileute boys looked pretty healthy. What the heck are they feeding them on that reservation? I laughed too. Maybe it's something in the water. So Bella, I meant to tell you earlier, that karaoke performance you, Angela and Jessica put on. He didn't get to finish his sentence, because suddenly there was a loud bang and the car was out of control. Shit. Mike was using both of his hands to keep the car on the road. He had the presence of mind not to slam on the brakes. Instead he eased off the gas pedal to allow the car to decelerate naturally as he concentrated on steering. Once he regained control he started braking gently, eventually pulling the car onto the shoulder and stopping. He let out a loud breath that he must have been holding the whole time. I saw beads of sweat on his forehead. I think we blew a tire, he said. Are you okay? I was a little shook up, but probably not as much as I should have been. After a week of stressing out about Laurent, a mere tire blowout seemed relatively harmless. I'm fine, I said. Great driving. He flashed me a smile. Thanks. I've got to go assess the situation. I might have to change the tire, but at least the spare is good. I just checked it a week ago. He hopped out and I followed. We saw the problem was with the rear passenger tire. Mike cursed and started taking out the coolers and equipment from the back of the Suburban so he could reach the spare and jack. There's a flashlight in the glove compartment, he said. Do you mind holding it for me? I got the flashlight and trained it on him and the wheel as he worked to lift the SUV. He worked as quickly as possible to unbolt and take off the flat tire, replacing it with the spare. He made sure to tighten the bolts, placing his body weight on the wrench. I had to admit, I was impressed at the ease and confidence with which he handled the emergency. Mike was about to pack up the jack and the flat when I started feeling very uneasy. There was no noise or anything else to make me feel that way. Yet through some sixth sense I knew we were no longer alone. I whirled around to illuminate the forest. When the light found its target I gasped, this time with real horror. The figure coming out of the shadows towards us was Laurent. The light from the flashlight caused him to pause. "Hello, Bella," he said pleasantly. "Long time, no see." "Hi, Laurent," I stammered. "It has been a long time. What brings you to Forks?" It was an inane thing to say, since I already knew exactly why he was back, but nothing else came to mind. Laurent laughed and his eyes sparkled. I noticed they still held a tint of gold, though they were quite dark, nearly black. "It's so lovely around here, I thought I'd do some hiking. And, of course, I was hoping to run into you. Now that I have, I find myself surprisingly thirsty." I watched him take a deep breath and shivered where I stood. Blood froze in my veins. This was exactly what Jasper didn't want, a surprise confrontation with Laurent in the woods. We thought First Beach would be safe, but no one could have predicted the tire blowout. I felt Mike come up on my side. He had heard my exchange with Laurent. "We have some water and soda in the coolers," he offered. Helpful yet uneasy, as if he sensed there was more to the conversation than the spoken words. My breath caught. This was terrible. It was bad enough that I might die tonight. But why did Mike have to be with me? And where was Jasper? Did my message about coming back from First Beach not reach him in time? Or was he somewhere out there hurt from a run-in with Laurent? Or, even worse, I didn't have a chance to finish my thought because Laurent smiled, his teeth flashing in the light, and took a step towards us. "Thank you for the offer," he said, "but I'm in the mood for another beverage. Something a bit more potent, more satisfying. I don't think you'll find what you're looking for here, Laurent." The steely voice came from my right. I turned to see Jasper emerging from the forest. "Hello, Bella," he said to me, his eyes fixed on the other vampire. "Jasper." I gasped with relief. He was all right, and he was here to protect us. Mike shifted beside me, placing his body between me and the other two men in a protective gesture. "Hey, Jasper," he said, his voice strained. "What are you doing back in town?" "Mike." Jasper acknowledged him, but did not take his eyes off Laurent. "Just visiting. My friend and I were in the mood for some camping and hiking." "Isn't that right, Laurent?" My flashlight was still on Laurent and I turned to see him swallow. I shuddered, knowing he was swallowing venom that had pooled in his mouth in anticipation of killing me and Mike. He was clearly uncomfortable, but he stood his ground, sizing up his opponent. I looked back to Jasper in time to see him very calmly pulling out the tails of his black Western-style shirt and undoing the buttons. The shirt fell open, revealing the multitude of crescent-shaped scars that covered his chest. They were difficult for me to see, and had I not heard Jasper's story I might have missed them altogether, but I knew that they were much more prominent to Laurent's vampire eyes. And that the purpose for the display was to send him a message, to let him know about Jasper's warrior past. My eyes darted back to Laurent. He looked absolutely shocked, and I could tell he was intimidated. He took a step back to the edge of the forest. "Why don't you give me a minute, Laurent? I'll just give Mike a hand and then we'll deal with your thirst." Jasper's voice was low, menacing and commanding. I suddenly felt rooted to the spot, not able to move. I guessed that Jasper was manipulating all of our emotions to neutralize Laurent. He turned to look at Mike and me, though I knew he held Laurent in his peripheral vision. "Is everything all right, Mike?" he asked, gesturing at the items on the ground. Mike looked both flustered and annoyed. "Yeah, I mean, we had a blowout, but I already changed the tire. So we're good. Let me help you clean up," Jasper said in a tone that discouraged dissent. He first checked to make sure the bolts on the spare tire were secure, then, quickly and effortlessly, threw the tools, old tire, coolers and grill in the back of the SUV and closed the door. "You're all set," he said to Mike, "drive carefully." It was clear that this was a dismissal. Then he looked at me. "Bye, Bella." His expression was tense, but the tone of his voice was slightly softer. "Bye, Jasper." My voice was so low it was nearly a whisper. Then Mike and I got into the Suburban and pulled away. We were both holding our breath, releasing the air only after a minute passed and Jasper and Laurent were no longer in sight. "Wow," Mike said, "that was weird." "Yeah," I agreed, "really weird. He'd probably die of shock if he knew exactly how weird and how close we both came to death tonight. It was strange to see Jasper again, and with that other dude. You seemed like you knew him." "I met him last year through the Cullens," I said. "That was technically accurate. Man, I always thought Jasper was with Alice," Mike continued, "but now I'm not so sure. I mean, camping with that other dude, hiking in the middle of the night, and all that talk about quenching thirst as he practically undressed. You think they're together?" He laughed nervously, and I cringed. I could see how someone with no knowledge of the real situation could misinterpret what happened as some sort of lover's tryst between Jasper and Laurent. It sure was a much more reasonable sounding explanation than the truth. "I don't think so," I said, knowing I had to refute Mike's inference on Jasper's behalf. "Jasper is definitely interested in women." "Huh," Mike didn't sound convinced. "Maybe so, but he still seemed to be awfully friendly with that Laurent guy. Not that there's anything wrong with that," he added quickly and laughed nervously again. "I suppose it's none of our business. Nice of him to help out, anyway." Quote, "Mike, I'm sure there's nothing like that going on between Jasper and Laurent," I protested again, a bit more vehemently than I'd intended. He looked over at me, surprised. And I realized that it must have seemed strange for me to argue with quite as much fervor. "Not that I have a problem with that lifestyle," I added, my voice calmer. "I just know that Jasper doesn't what's the expression. Play on that team." Mike shrugged and didn't say anything for a while. "So, it sounded like it was just Jasper back in the area," he eventually said, but sounded tentative. Like he wasn't sure this was a good topic for discussion either. I realized that he must have been thinking about Edward, probably wondering if seeing Jasper created problems for me, or if it maybe meant that the Cullens would be coming back to Forks. "That's what he seemed to be saying," I confirmed carefully. "Are you okay?" There was a lot of unspoken meaning behind the question. I knew he was asking as a concerned friend. I needed to put him at ease. "Yeah," I said, looking over at him. "I'm fine. Really fine." We were getting close to my house, pulling onto my street and then into my driveway. I hesitated a moment before opening the door. "Thanks for today, Mike, for making everything so easy for me. I'm not sure I deserve your friendship, but I'm glad to have it." "Don't be melodramatic, Bella. I'm not even sure you broke my heart. Feels like you just roughed it up a little. Couple of days and I'll be as good as new." He sounded casual, but he was no longer looking at me. I decided that there was no point in saying anything more. I put my hand on top of his briefly, and then opened the door and jumped out. "Bye, Mike. See you Monday," I said and headed to the front door. "Bye, Bella." Mike didn't follow me to the door, but he stayed in the driveway until I was inside. "How was the beach, Bells?" Charlie called out from the living room where, as usual, he was firmly planted in front of the television set. It was a wonder he didn't go blind. It was a lot of fun, actually. But I'm exhausted. I think I'm going to go to bed. "Okay," he said, unconcerned. I could only imagine what he would do if he knew the real reason I wanted to go to my room. Upstairs I brushed my teeth and washed my face, but didn't change for bed. I was going crazy not knowing what was going on out there. Hoping that Jasper would show up soon with an explanation. I paced my room in the darkness, my hands balled into fists, fingernails digging into my palms. I was absolutely terrified. I knew Jasper was well equipped for this fight, but I knew nothing about Laurent. He was twice as old as Jasper, so he'd had plenty of time to pick up fighting techniques. What if he was a better fighter than Jasper or even equally good? In Phoenix, Emmett and Alice helped bring down James. Here, Jasper was all alone. My nails dug deeper into my palm, but I retracted them when I thought they might break the skin. Tonight, of all nights, I could not draw blood. I could not allow anything to keep Jasper away from me if he returned from the fight victorious. I was still pacing and I heard Charlie making his way upstairs. I got into bed, pulling the quilt all the way over me so that it wouldn't be obvious that I was still fully dressed. The precaution turned out to be unnecessary. Charlie did not check up on me before retiring to his bedroom. I jumped out of bed again and resumed my vigil. Jasper finally showed up an hour later, calling me first to alert me. I opened the window and backed up, waiting for him to come in, but he remained perched on the roof outside. From my position in the room I could see that his clothing was torn and mud-caked. His eyes, however, were a beautiful golden amber. He must have hunted on the way to my house, to ensure my safety. "What happened, Jasper? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Bella," he said quietly. "I know you want to know It happened and I want to tell you everything, darlin', but I shouldn't come into your room in this state. I need to clean up and change first, and I can't do that here. Would you be willing to come to my house with me? I'll make sure you're back well before Charlie wakes up in the morning." I nodded. I desperately wanted to know what had taken place after Mike and I left, but his comfort was more important than my needs. I walked up to the window and took his hand as I climbed out onto the roof. He lifted me in his arms and jumped down gracefully. Once we were on the ground, he shifted me to his back. Wrapping my arms tightly around his neck and positioning my legs over his hips, his arms twined beneath my knees to keep me secure. Then he started running. I closed my eyes and clung to him. Wind gusting past us at an alarming rate. In the distance I heard thunder. Jasper cursed and seemed to increase his speed. Suddenly the sky opened up and a torrential rain poured down on us. The shredded remnants of Jasper's shirt, instantly soaked, became fabric weapons, the wind whipping them mercilessly into my face. I moaned at a particularly hard slap. Hearing me, Jasper stopped abruptly in a small clearing we had just reached. Gently but quickly, he set me down and turned to look at me. With his right hand he traced a line on my cheek where the cloth had hit me. "I'm so sorry, Bella," he said. He immediately shrugged out of his shirt and tossed it aside without a second glacé. His pale naked chest glowed softly in the moonlight, rivulets of rain cascading down his hair and body. I stared at him in amazement. He was absolutely gorgeous, breathtakingly so. My own personal Ares. My eyes raked over his body, quickly at first, and then slowly, memorizing each detail of his muscular chest, his broad shoulders, his amazing defined stomach. My own stomach tightened into a knot and a tremor tore through my body as I evaluated his. Midway through my examination I noticed a more prominent crescent-shaped scar on his chest. Then another on his left shoulder and another on his left forearm. They had been sealed with venom, but were clearly fresher than the rest of the scars covering his body. "Jasper, you're hurt," I cried out in alarm. "It's nothing, Bella," he said. "Nothing I'm not used to. They just burn a bit." I took a step towards him, reaching out to touch the scar on his chest. I heard his sharp intake of breath as my fingers made contact with his cool skin. I traced the contours of the scar gently. Then, without any thought or hesitancy, I took another step forward and covered the scar with my lips. I heard a hiss escape his lips, but otherwise Jasper stood motionless before me. I reached for his left arm, lifted it to me and kissed the fresh scar there. Jasper closed his eyes and took a deep breath, remaining otherwise immobile. The rain pelted us mercilessly, but he seemed completely unaware. I let go of his arm, shifted to my right and, standing on my tiptoes, pressed my mouth to the scar on his shoulder, this time tracing the ridge of the scar with my tongue. There was still no reaction from Jasper. I lifted my lips and took a small step back. He opened his eyes, looked down at me and caught my face in his hands. For a brief moment he caressed my cheeks with his thumbs and then, with a muffled groan, his face descended and his lips covered mine in a fiery kiss. I stared into his rapidly darkening eyes as his lips, firm and insistent, frantically explored mine. My lips moved against his in response. I spread my hands over his chest, shifting. them over the textured marble skin covering his taut muscles. He made a strained sound, a mixture of a purr and a growl. The sensation of his lips conquering mine, possessing me completely, was overwhelming. I felt myself weakening and knew that my knees would soon buckle. I snaked my arms beneath his and wrapped them upward around his shoulders, as I molded my body closer to his. Then my knees gave way and I clung to him, desperate not to break the contact between us. He moved his hands to my waist and lifted me still closer against him, his lips continuing their exploration, never leaving mine. Our eyes remained locked together, unblinking in spite of the rain. Then the pressure of his lips eased, and the kiss became less hurried and more sensual. I felt the cool smoothness of his mouth moving over mine, gently sucking my lower lip. My tongue darted out to trace his lips, tasting his spicy, exotic flavor. I breathed him in, and his amazing scent swirled inside my body, setting every nerve ending on fire. I closed my eyes and let out a soft moan as my desire for him took over all my senses. There was only one thing I wanted and needed, and that was for this perfect moment to never, ever end. I was at once freely floating in an almost out-of-body experience and firmly anchored by the circle of his arms, the two sensations directly opposite to one another, yet in perfect harmony. And it all began and ended with his lips on mine, and the current of pure bliss flowing uninterrupted through our bodies and minds. Suddenly I felt Jasper's head pull back, breaking the connection, and I shook my head in denial. I didn't want this sudden space between us. No, I said, my teeth chattering, don't stop. I realized as I spoke that my whole body was wrecked with tremors and that my skin was covered with goose bumps caused by the combination of the cold rain and Jasper's skin. I didn't care. I tried to use my arms to pull myself to Jasper's lips again. Bella, his voice was low and husky, darlin'. The last thing I want to do is stop, but you're freezing. We have to get you inside and warm you up before you get sick. Are you able to hold on? I nodded mutely, knowing. He was right but unwilling to acknowledge it out loud. To my surprise, Jasper didn't shift me to his back. Instead, he wrapped my legs around his waist and moved my arms, one at a time, to form a circle around his neck. Carefully cradling me to his chest, I buried my face between his shoulder and neck and nuzzled on his cool skin, exploring it with my mouth and tongue, as he ran the rest of the way to the Cullen house. Holding me close to him like a priceless treasure, we ran into the house and then through Carlisle and Esme's bedroom into their large spa-like bathroom. Jasper tried to put me down but I refused to budge. He sighed. Darlin', be reasonable, please. You're never going to get warm in those wet clothes with me holding you. Let's get you dried off a little, okay? I'm fine, I insisted as I held on to him. Bella, if you get sick you'll have to stay home and Charlie will want to take care of you so we won't be able to see each other. Is that what you want? He wasn't playing fair. He knew darned well how much that threat would scare me. It wasn't fair that he knew just what to say to make me do what he wanted. Still, I knew he was right, so I eased my hold on his neck and allowed him to lower me to the floor. He grabbed a large fluffy towel off the towel rack and wrapped it tightly around me. I'll be right back, he said and kissed me on the cheek. He was gone seconds and returned with a thick white waffle weave robe and matching slippers, which must have belonged to Esme. He placed the robe on a hook next to the shower and put the slippers on the floor. He turned on the water and flipped a switch, looping another white fluffy towel through a rack on the wall. All right, darlin', now you take a nice hot shower and warm up, okay? The towel rack is electric, so if you hang your clothes on it they'll dry faster. In the meantime, you can wear Esme's robe. I'll go clean up and change and I'll be waiting in the living room when you're done. Sound good? I shook my head. He frowned, as if trying to think what he might have forgotten. I walked up to him and moved my right hand to his hair, removing a piece of dried leaf. Then I moved my hand up further, curling it around his neck, and pulled myself up against him, pressing my lips to his. It was my turn to explore his mouth with mine, slowly and deliberately. I felt the tingling sensation run throughout my entire body as I sucked his lower lip between my lips, nibbling on it gently. My left hand was moving of its own accord, my fingertips trailing along his stomach, ribs, and chest, fin. A lie intertwining with the fingers of my right hand behind his neck. He groaned softly and moved his hands to my hips, pulling me closer. Our kiss intensified, our mouths crushed against each other with almost painful friction. Then his lips were moving, covering my face with soft kisses, my eyes, my cheeks, my nose, my chin, then moving down the side of my neck to the base of my throat, where his tongue explored the hollow. Causing me to shiver, he stopped and pulled back to look at me, his eyes dark with desire, and I took the opportunity to reciprocate, licking and sucking at his Adam's apple, eliciting yet another groan. "Bella," he said in a low, strained voice, "let's stick to the plan. You need to get warm and dry and I need to clean up. And we're not going to be able to do any of that if we continue down this path. I'm already warmer, Jasper, can't you feel it? And there's a perfectly good shower right here, I can help you clean up." Jasper froze beneath my hands and mouth. I gasped when I realized what I had just said. Oh my God. Did I really just ask Jasper to take a shower with me? On a night when we had just shared our first kiss? Oh, my stupid, hormone-infused brain, what have you done to me now? What must he think of me? He was looking at me carefully, undoubtedly gauging my emotions. I'm sure he could sense my discomfort and embarrassment, reinforced by a deep blush creeping up my cheeks. Suddenly he smiled and dipped his head to place his lips against my ear. "That is the best and most intriguing offer I've had in a long time, darlin', and I promise someday I will get so very, very filthy for you, and give you every opportunity to help me clean up. I just think tonight may not be the exact right time. Do you agree?" I nodded. He laughed softly, air from his lips moving over and into my ear, not really helping to reinforce my decision. Somehow I found the oxygen and strength to speak. "You win, tonight, Jasper Whitlock, but I will hold you to that promise." He laughed again. "I'm counting on it, darlin'. And I can't wait." Before I could respond, his lips were pressing against mine in one last passionate kiss. Then he reached up, unhooked my hands from around his neck and stepped back. He shook his head, a bemused expression on his face. "What's funny?" I asked, thinking that the situation was anything but amusing. His smile widened, and then he looked down at the floor. "I was just thinking how much I need that shower." Before I could ask any follow-up questions he was moving out of the bathroom. "I'll see you soon. I'll be waiting in the living room," he said over his shoulder as he left. I followed him to the bathroom door and closed it behind him. How ironic. Even though I had just asked him to share a shower with me, I was too modest to risk Jasper walking in on me as I was undressing. I took off my clothes and, following Jasper's suggestion, hung them on the heated towel rack. I adjusted the water temperature and stepped into the steamy shower, pleasantly surprised to find it stocked with shampoo and body wash. I was absolutely mortified about making the joint shower suggestion earlier, yet as I was washing my hair I found myself wishing that Jasper was in the shower with me. Not for the usual raunchy things that most people would imagine, but because I genuinely wanted to just take care of him for a change. To shampoo his hair and help him clean up after his fight with Laurent. He had a tough week watching over me and, even though he didn't experience physical exhaustion, I knew the week had been as restful emotionally for him as it had been for me. He really deserved a little TLC. Of course, I thought as I washed up, the raunchy stuff wasn't unappealing either. I was shocked at how bold I had been earlier. Knowing deep inside that Jasper had been right, I wasn't emotionally ready to take things as far and as fast as my raging hormones may have wanted. But I also knew that it wouldn't be that long before I was ready. And I was so thrilled that Jasper's response had not been the unequivocal "no" I always got from Edward whenever I wanted to push beyond the physical limits he had imposed on our relationship. Jasper definitely did not say no. He'd said, "not right now," with an unambiguous promise of future activities. I started feeling warmer just thinking about that. A part of me was screaming for me to stop my train of thought, but another, more reckless part, urged me to keep it going. As my hands skimmed over my wet skin, my mind produced images of Jasper as I saw him earlier tonight, all shirtless and glorious. And then of us together, pressed closely against each other, totally oblivious to anything other than our intertwined bodies. It wasn't a particularly elaborate fantasy, but one I thoroughly enjoyed. After I finished showering, I dried off using the warm towel. My undergarments were already dry, so I put them back on, but my shirt and pants still needed some more time. So I took Jasper's advice and wrapped myself up in Renesmee's robe. Realizing how little protection the robe actually afforded if it were to accidentally open, I double knotted the inner ties and the outer belt. I put my feet in Renesmee's slippers and rummaged through the bathroom cabinets until I found a hairbrush and a hair dryer. I fixed my hair and examined myself in the mirror. I looked fine, nothing special, but better than the soaked to the bone look I was sporting earlier. Feeling slightly more at ease, I walked back to the living room. Jasper was already there, seated in the corner of the sofa. Wearing khaki pants and a white button-down shirt. The light clothing made him seem relaxed somehow, vastly different from the man in black I encountered in my bedroom Thursday night. But his effect on me hadn't changed at all. The swarm of butterflies was back, flitting about inside my stomach. Jasper looked up when he heard me enter the room, giving me a wide, dazzling smile. "You look absolutely enchanting, Bella," he said, sounding completely sincere. "Thanks. You look great too." My face scrunched up into a small frown as I looked down at my robe. "I feel a bit underdressed." "Nonsense, you're as covered up as I am." Quote. Technically he was right. Renesmee's long robe fell to around my ankles and the sleeves were long enough to completely hide my hands. With the tight, double-knotted wrap of the robe, hardly any of my skin was actually exposed. However, I still didn't feel completely at ease. I moved to the sofa and sat down in the corner opposite of Jasper, leaving a wide empty space between us. It was his turn to frown. "After being apart from you for so long, I was hoping to be a little closer to you tonight. Won't you come sit by me, darling? I promise I'll be a perfect gentleman. I won't do anything that will make you uncomfortable." I sighed. He was right. I picked a fine time to turn all shy. Poor Jasper. I was sending him such mixed signals tonight, and for no good reason. I knew I could trust him completely. It was me I was worried about, and my lack of self-control really wasn't a good enough reason to deny him a little personal closeness after all he had endured for me throughout the week. I got up and walked over to sit down next to him. Then I turned, lifting my feet up on the sofa, and laid back across his lap with my head resting on the sofa arm. Jasper looked down on me and reached to tuck my hair behind my left ear. "Hi there," he said softly. "Hi," I replied, smiling. He reached to the side and dug out a throw pillow that had been wedged between his thigh and the sofa arm. I lifted my head and shoulders slightly so that he could position the pillow to give me better support. When I was settled in again, he moved his left hand to gently stroke my cheek. "I really missed you today," he said. "More so than any other day this week?" I asked, surprised. Most of the week I couldn't be with you, but I could still see you or hear you. Today, while you were at the bonfire, I lost you completely. It was like a part of me was missing. I couldn't stop thinking about you all the while you were gone." I blushed and felt a little guilt. Why? Because my mind had not been as constantly occupied with him as his had been with me. "It's all right, darling. Vampire minds work differently than human minds. I can have many trains of thought at once. So while I thought of you all day, I also thought about other things. I know that's not possible for you." Sometimes it felt like he could read my mind, which was very disconcerting, but I knew. He simply must have picked up on my guilty feelings and was responding to those. "I did think about you," I assured him, "and worried. Especially when you didn't pick up the phone when I called to tell you we were heading home. Obviously nothing happened while we were at the beach, but what happened with Laurent after Mike and I left tonight? Jasper's hand stilled against my cheek. He took a deep breath and let it out heavily. He looked away and I could tell something in his thoughts was disturbing him. My stomach tightened with worry. Jasper looked back down at me and gave me a small, tight smile. It's all right, Bella. There's nothing for you to worry about. It's over. I closed my eyes. I was relieved to hear things with Laurent were over, but I really needed to know what happened, how Jasper had gotten his fresh scars. Undoubtedly sensing my curiosity, he began to speak. I'd been trying to track him ever since you and Mike left for the bonfire. I finally caught his scent trail in the evening and turned off my phone so as not to accidentally alert him to my presence when I caught up with him. That must be when you called from First Beach. I kept checking for messages. So I knew within minutes of your call that you were heading back. I felt I was so close to him, but I didn't want to leave you and Mike unprotected, so I abandoned his trail and went back to intercept you guys. I messed up on the timing and distance, though, which caused the delay in getting to you after the tire blew out. If I had a heart it would have stopped when I heard you speaking with Laurent by the side of the road. I was absolutely horrified that I hadn't been there to stop him from seeing you or that I would be too late to stop his attack. Thank God he was not actually set on attacking, and that you were able to distract him further by talking. He stopped his story abruptly and frowned. It looked as though he was wrestling with whether to tell me something or not. What is it? I'm not sure I should say. I don't want you to take it the wrong way. Whatever it is you should just say it. We shouldn't hold things back from each other. We can talk it out and you can make sure I don't take it the wrong way. But there shouldn't be secrets between us. Another troubled frown creased his face and then was gone. All right. I was a little frustrated tonight that you hadn't followed the rules. We set up those rules for a reason. What were you supposed to do if you were ever in danger? My eyes widened as I suddenly remembered. I was supposed to scream, I whispered, completely appalled that I had forgotten something so basic. I would have gotten there quicker if your scream had alerted me to exactly where you were. He sighed. Still, if Laurent had been bent on attack, even with you screaming I might not have been fast enough. As it was, your presence of mind and ability to keep him talking delayed him long enough, and your calm response saved your and Mike's life. But in the future, I'll scream, Jasper. I promise. I'll scream my head off. You'll be able to hear me from miles away. He smiled. That's my girl, he said and lifted my hand to his lips. Then he lowered my hand and continued his story. You probably felt I kept Laurent from running away while I was helping Mike load the car by manipulating his and your emotions. But as soon as I eased you and Mike I had to release him as well, and he took off running. He's fast, I have to give him that. I had to chase him for miles. For a while I was seriously worried that I would not be able to catch him. But my knowledge of the terrain gave me an advantage and eventually I gained enough distance to tackle him. He didn't put up much of a fight. I gasped, remembering the scars. He looked down at me and ran his hand over my hair, again tucking it behind my ear even though it hadn't moved from its position since he did it earlier in the evening. He bit me a little as he was struggling in my hold. It was to be expected. It wouldn't have happened if I had killed him as soon as I caught him, but I remembered our talk from last weekend and I just couldn't do it. At least not immediately upon seeing him. I looked at him, horrified. I remembered the conversation well. I had asked him not to kill Laurent if he didn't attack me or other humans. I had asked him to give Laurent a warning. And by trying to follow my quest Jasper had been hurt. If I hadn't said anything Jasper would be unharmed. I turned to my side so that I was facing away from him and curled up into a ball. I felt absolutely awful. Hey, I could tell Jasper was concerned. He reached over with both of his arms and pulled me up so I was sitting sideways in his lap, pulled close to his chest. You cannot feel badly about this. It was my choice, Bella. And the bites are nothing. In fact, his voice held a little mirth as he placed a finger under my chin and tipped it up so that he could look into my eyes. I rather believe they were some of the best things that happened to me tonight. If you hadn't seen them you never would have reacted to them the way you had, and we never would have. He stopped King and lowered his mouth to mine in a soft kiss by way of an explanation. I sighed against his lips. His kisses made me feel so good. The smooth, cool texture of his lips was similar to Edward's. Yet the kisses made me feel completely different. At the time I thought that Edward's kisses were perfect, but now I knew there was always something missing. Edward had always held back, had been reserved, so that the connection between us didn't feel solid enough, and the more I tried to strengthen it, the more Edward pulled back. Jasper didn't hold anything back. His kisses, even the slow, gentle kisses, were full of unrestrained emotion. When he had pulled back, I knew it wasn't a vampire pulling away from a human. It was a man pulling back from a woman, for all the reasons that a man should pull back every once in a while. He never made me feel like my humanity was a limiting factor. As if to prove my unspoken point, Jasper did not break off our kiss. Instead, he intensified it, his lips pressing against mine with more force now. He pulled me closer to him with his right arm. I twined the fingers of my left hand in his hair, returning his kiss with equal force. I closed my eyes, letting myself get swept up in the surge of excitement. Then I gasped against his lips, feeling the unexpected sensation of his fingers trailing along the bare skin of my leg, starting at the ankle and moving up the side of my leg along my calf, knee and thigh. My eyes flew open. He paused, looking searchingly at my face. I glanced down, seeing that in my shift to the sitting position the robe had parted, revealing my left leg all the way to the upper thigh. I flushed furiously, burying my face in his chest. Jasper removed his hand and used it to close up the robe, fully covering both of my lower extremities. I'm sorry, Bella. I seem to be breaking all of my promises to you today. I shouldn't have done that. Forgive me. I pulled away from his chest and looked up at him. You don't have to apologize. Why would you apologize for something that makes me feel so good? I was still embarrassed and didn't quite believe I was telling him everything I was thinking, but I had meant what I said out, not wanting to have secrets between us. I love it when you touch me, Jasper. And a part of me wants you to keep going, never stop. But I haven't done anything like this before, and I'm a little scared, and maybe not quite ready. It seems like everything is moving so fast. He kissed my forehead. We'll slow it down, Bella. You set the pace, darling. Let me know immediately if I ever go too fast or too far, like you did just now. I want this to feel right for you. I don't want you to ever do anything you're not ready for, to have any regrets. As long as I know you're mine, I won't have any regrets, I said. And then I frowned, realizing that he still wasn't mine. In all the excitement of tonight, the danger with Laurent, Jasper's injuries, I had completely forgotten about Alice. So already we had gone further than we should have, given that Jasper still wasn't free. I swallowed hard. I hadn't wanted to be that girl, but it was too late now. We had gone past the point of no return. I still needed for Jasper to go and talk to Alice, but I would no longer be neutral on the subject of his decision. I could no longer encourage him to stay with her. I had to acknowledge that now, knowing how much I loved being with him, how much I loved him, I wanted more than anything for him to leave Alice and come back to me. I sighed. There was so much for us to talk about tonight. First I needed to find out what had happened with Laurent. You're quite good at distracting me, Jasper Whitlock, but I do want to hear what actually happened when you caught Laurent, other than the struggle that caused your injuries. He let me go and I shifted in his lap, remaining in the sitting position. Once I had him incapacitated so that he couldn't bite me, we started talking. I saw that he still hadn't hunted humans. Yes, I saw that too. His eyes were dark tonight, but still had a hint of gold. Right, he's struggling. A struggle I know all too well. He hates the taste of animal blood. But he enjoys the close bonds that form between vampires who practice the vegetarian lifestyle. He left Denali because, much like me, he felt too constrained, with everyone watching him all the time to make sure he didn't regress. But on his own, without those close bonds, he found it harder and harder to resist humans. Why did he come to Forks? I asked curiously. He had seen you with us and knew that you were able to befriend a vegetarian vampire. I think he may have been looking for someone to talk to, for some companionship. But when he saw me he wanted my blood. He told me so. He said he was thirsty. It's true. He underestimated the difficulty of being close to humans. He didn't understand that it took the Cullens decades to be able to coexist as closely with humans as they do. And let's not forget, darlin', that you are no ordinary human. You have tempted vampires with far more vegetarian experience and resolve than Laurent has right now. Frankly, it says a lot about him that he was able to resist you for the few minutes that he had. It's one of the reasons I couldn't kill him. So he's still alive. You let him go. Jasper sighed. Yes, and I hope I haven't made a mistake. But I'm fairly certain he knows exactly how easy it would have been for me to kill him and how much restraint it took for me not to, so I am reasonably confident he will take my warnings seriously. I told him to go back to Alaska or to stay far away from here. I also told him that you are not only under my protection, but under the protection of all the Cullens, and if any of us ever found out that a hair on your head has been harmed by him, we wouldn't hesitate to hunt him down and kill him in the slowest, most painful way possible. I put my hand on his cheek and stroked it lightly, then pressed my lips against his before turning into his chest and hugging him tightly. I could tell how much this decision had taken out of him. How much easier it would have been for him to eliminate Laurent and the threat he posed entirely. But I was glad to see this compassionate side of him, too, even if he had only been compassionate at my request. I knew that down the road the self-restraint he exercised tonight would help him feel even stronger, even more in control. Once again, he avoided taking the easy way out. I was so very proud of him. Thank you, I said simply as I pulled away, for everything you did for me tonight. He looked deeply into my eyes. No, Bella, thank you. Thank you for seeing more in me than even I knew was there and for helping me see it too. Thank you for your trust and confidence. Thank you for believing I could overcome the monster inside. Thank you for helping me recover some measure of my humanity. I could never have done any of this if it wasn't for you. I felt a tear slide down my cheek. Jasper lowered his head and kissed it away. You're not sad. It was a statement, though he was obviously puzzled. I shook my head. No, I'm not sad. I'm happy. Happy that I could be the mirror that you needed to see yourself for who you really are. He frowned. What's wrong? What did I say? Nothing. It's just that I wish I could be that for you as well. I wish I could take away all your self-doubts and insecurities. I wish you could see yourself the way I see you. I looked down, then back up at him. You are helping me, Jasper. I am becoming more confident. But some things. There wasn't any good way to do this indirectly. I just had to say it. When are you going to see Alice? He seemed taken aback, though I couldn't see why. He had to know this subject would come up. Especially now that we've kissed, that our relationship seemed to progress at an even faster rate. He had to know that I was past the point where I felt comfortable. Past the point where I could feel good about myself unless he resolved his relationship with Alice for good. He looked away and I felt a sense of foreboding. Jasper. I shifted my body to the side so I could look into his eyes. When are you going to see Alice? I repeated. I don't want to leave right now, he said quietly. I hated having to stay away from you this week and I'm not ready to be away from you again yet. Besides, I want to make sure that Laurent took me seriously and actually left the area. Just give me a little more time, Bella. I sighed. I didn't want to be away from him either and I certainly wanted to be sure Laurent wasn't coming back, but I would never be able to feel completely secure in our relationship until I knew Jasper and Alice were over. Still, he was only asking for a little more time with me before he left. How could I deny him that? You know, I could just call her, tell her everything. I don't really need to see her. She may not even want to see me to hear this. It may be easier this way for her. I considered this. Would it be easier for her? Would it have been easier for me if Edward told me he was leaving over the phone? In some ways, it probably would. It would have been even easier to hate him if he had taken such a cowardly way out. But then would I always be asking if I could have done anything in person to change his mind that I couldn't do on the phone? Yes, I was sure I would. There would always be that doubt that maybe things would have been different, and that would have killed me. I couldn't let Jasper do that to Alice. It might make it easier for you. But it wouldn't be easier for her. You need to do the right thing. You need to see her. You owe her that after all you've been through together, after everything that she's done for you. He looked away again and I felt another twinge of unease. How long do you need? I asked. I don't know, he said, still not looking at me. A week, I nodded, my heart constricting painfully. All right, a week. And then you'll have to go back and face her. And hopefully come back to me, I added silently. I hated the thought of another week of insecurity, another week of fear of becoming too involved. Another week of not knowing his ultimate choice. It's just 7 days, not forever, I reminded myself. Just 7 days. I leaned against him and felt my eyelids descend over my eyes. I was suddenly very tired. Now that the stress was finally over and the adrenaline had worn off, I was reminded of my very human need to sleep. I tried to stifle a yawn. I felt Jasper rearranging his arms beneath me, then getting up and carrying me. When I finally found the strength to open my eyes, we were back in Carlisle and Esme's bedroom. Still holding me, Jasper pulled back a down comforter and laid me down on the bed. He tucked the comforter around me and leaned down to kiss my forehead. Get some rest, darlin'. I'll wake you up when it's time to get you back to your house. I reached out to grab his hand. Please don't go. Stay with me. He smiled down at me. I have no intention of leaving, Bella. There's nowhere for me to be but right here beside you. He walked over to the other side of the bed and laid down beside me on top of the comforter, pulling me close to him and wrapping his arm around me. I could feel his breath on my ear as he began to sing. When I think of you, the world takes new meaning. And so does my life. Seems like paradise. Hopelessly, you and me at peace. I love you, I love everything. I love you, I love everything. Feel the kiss of love. Know that it's real. These emotions we feel the kiss of love. Know that it's true. When it happens to you. As he promised, Jasper woke me up in plenty of time for me to get dressed and for him to run me back home. Thankfully, the rain had stopped, so when we got to my house I was able to crawl into bed in the clothes I was wearing and go back to sleep. Jasper stayed with me until I woke up on Sunday and went downstairs to have breakfast with Charlie. Eventually Charlie left to watch the game at the Clearwaters, and I went to work. I was annoyed that Jasper and I had so little time together. On this first day when we could actually see each other as much as we wanted, but I couldn't completely abandon my everyday human activities in order to spend time with him. As it was, Jasper used the time I was at work to hunt so he could spend Sunday night with me at my house, which, of course, I absolutely loved. One thing that concerned me on Sunday was that I still hadn't heard from Jake. I actually asked Charlie to bring back some news from La Push, but all he said was that Jake was sick and Billy didn't come to watch the game because he was taking care of him. That much I could have figured out for myself. Monday was a regular day at school. True to his word, Mike seemed perfectly normal. Friendly, but not too friendly. The school was still abuzz about the bonfire and we all spent the day reminiscing about the karaoke and food, and the general good time we all had together. Feeling slightly guilty after our fight the previous week, I made plans to get together with Angela after school Thursday for some girl talk. I knew exactly what she wanted to talk about and I figured I would need all that time to come up with something that wasn't too far from the truth, but that didn't give anything away about my actual day in Seattle. I just hoped that she would be satisfied if I omitted a few key details, like the identity of my date. I worked Monday after school, so I wasn't at BLE to see Jasper until I got home later that evening. He snuck into my room after I was done with dinner. He brought over a Scrabble board, and we played a few rounds. I even won one round, though I'm pretty sure he let me. He spent the night with me again. I was getting used to falling asleep in his arms, and that scared me a little. While I enjoyed every moment he and I spent together, I was so constantly aware that all of them were stolen moments that could be permanently taken away. Tuesday was much the same as Monday. School, work, time with Jasper at home in the evening. This time we completely regressed as Jasper brought over a battleship game. Finally, a game where he didn't necessarily have an unnatural advantage. And, to make it even better, we won a kiss for every ship we sank, the bigger the ship, the longer the kiss. Needless to say, I was absolutely giddy with excitement each time a ship was sunk, regardless of whether it was one of mine or his. I hadn't had that much fun playing since I was 8 years old. And, judging by the smile on Jasper's face the entire evening, he felt exactly the same way. Wednesday was another repeat of the same, except that I was getting behind on my assignments again. So I couldn't play games and had to work on my homework instead. Jasper stayed in the room with me, sitting on my bed, leaning against the headboard and reading a book he had brought over with him. When I was finished, I looked to see what book had him so captivated, shocked to find him completely absorbed in the joy of cooking. "Seriously, Jasper?" I asked, highly amused. "You're actually learning how to cook?" "For me?" He raised an eyebrow. "Do you think it's too much for me? I've already mastered the art of grocery shopping and vegetable chopping. Besides," he shrugged, "as long as you're human I can't keep feeding you frozen food and chips, can I?" "As long as I'm human." I rolled the phrase around my tongue as if it was spoken in a foreign language. I was suddenly how long it's been since I've considered the possibility of being anything but human. Jasper looked at me cautiously. "I recall at one point you had a fairly strong desire to become a vampire. Have you changed your mind?" I swallowed. Had I changed my mind? Once upon a time I wanted to be a vampire so that I could spend forever with Edward. After he left, there was no point in thinking about it further. Of course, now that Jasper and I were contemplating a future together, I needed consider it again. It's not that I've changed my mind. I just haven't given it that much thought lately. I was dismayed at the pained look that flashed across his face. He hid it very well and very quickly, and if I hadn't been specifically watching for his reaction I might have missed it. I bit my lip. I didn't want to hurt Jasper. Thinking about it, I understood how what I said must have sounded to him. He knew how much I had wanted to spend forever with Edward, and yet I haven't even thought about a forever with him. I didn't mean it like that, but he wouldn't know that unless I told him. I got up, walked over to the bed and sat astride him, making sure that I was far enough down his thighs not to cause any unintended consequences. I took his face between my hands and leaned in to kiss him, gently and sweetly. I felt his hands gliding across my back. I pulled away and made sure that our eyes were locked together. "I would love nothing more than to spend every day of forever with you, Jasper Whitlock. But it's only been a week since you told me how you feel about me and I've barely had time to get used to that. Plus, you don't act in a way that makes me desperate to become a vampire immediately. You don't pull away from me like Edward did, you don't try to shelter me by making decisions for me without consulting me, and you don't make me feel like I'll spend an eternity being thought of as a cradle robber unless I turn into a vampire right now." He smiled a little. "Are you calling me old, darlin'?" You bet, ancient." I kissed him again, this time letting my lips linger on his a bit longer before pulling back and swatting him playfully. "Don't be a goof. I am just saying you're still older than me in human years, so I can put off becoming a vampire for a bit without worrying about looking too old for you." "So you still want to do it? Become immortal?" Quote, "I want to spend the rest of our days together, just like this. And there's only one way that can happen. So yes, I want to be a vampire like you." And then, as a memory of Edward's attitude crossed my mind, I felt I had to ask. "You do want me to be a vampire, right?" His face softened and it was his turn to lean forward and kiss me. He held me to him for a moment before he leaned back again. I do, he said simply. Very much so. You're not concerned that I'll become a soulless monster? I saw him grimace as I asked my question. Edward was a real bastard, wasn't he? He asked rhetorically. Did he actually tell you that? What a piece of how could he say that to you when you were willing to do that because you loved him? You were willing to give up your life, your humanity, just to be with him. And he had the gall to imply that your sacrifice, your gift to him, would make you a monster. If he were here right now I'd rip him to shreds, piece by piece. Jasper's face contorted in anger and he turned away from me. I looked at him in shock. I didn't realize talking about what Edward had said would have upset him this much, or I wouldn't have mentioned it. I put my hands on his shoulders to try to calm him a little. It's all right. I was upset to know what he thought, at first, but I understood it a little too, especially after Carlyle explained it to me the night of the party as he was stitching up my cut. Another deep flash of pain crossed Jasper's face and I immediately realized my monumental mistake. God, I should have my mouth stitched up and never say another word again. What happened to think before you speak, Bella? How the hell are you gonna make this right? I pressed myself closely to him, wrapping my arms around him where I found space between his body and the headboard. I pressed my lips against his neck. I'm so sorry, Jasper. I didn't mean to bring up that night. I'm sorry I brought any of this up. None of it matters now. None of what anyone else said or thought matters. It's just you and me and us together. That's what's important. I love you and I want to be with you forever. I felt the anger draining from him. He grasped my upper arms and pushed me back so he could look at me. What did you say? I said I was sorry that I brought up. He shook his head. Not that. What was the last part you said? I thought back through my statements. Then blushed as I realized exactly what I had said. I had thought the words in my head countless times, but this had been the first time I'd said them to him directly. I said I love you and I want to be with you forever. I repeated quietly, suddenly shy and scared. I had wanted to wait to make this declaration. I didn't want to do this before Jasper came back from his talk with Alice. But I saw the change in his face, felt the absolute happiness radiating from him, and my regret was gone. He kissed me passionately, his lips hard against mine, the fingers of both of his hands buried in my hair. Without releasing me or pulling his lips back, he whispered, "Say it again, darlin'." Just those 3 words. I want to feel you say it. I couldn't refuse, so I whispered, "I love you," my lips just barely touching his with each word. Then he was kissing me deeply again and I closed my eyes and lost myself in the sensations. Eventually he pulled back. I had no idea how much time had passed and I was reluctant to open my eyes. But did when he spoke my name. "Look at me, Bella, please. I want to see those gorgeous eyes when I say it." I knew exactly what he was about to say and I was shocked at my need to stop him. I lifted my hand to his lips, covering his entire mouth. As I expected, he looked hurt and confused. "Don't say it, Jasper. Even if you feel it, don't say it. It's not right. And the first time I hear you say those words to me, to be when I know that I will be the last person in the world you'll ever say them to. Please, I just want you to wait until after you come back from Alaska." Jasper looked away. I had hurt him again. "In my heart I know you love me and I know you want to tell me. For what it's worth, I wanted to wait to tell you. But tonight you were so upset in trying to make you feel better I forgot my plan. I don't regret saying it, Jasper, but please don't be mad at me for wanting you to wait a little longer. Please." He turned back to look at me. The pain was almost gone from his face. He moved his hand to rest against my jaw, his thumb tracing my lips. "As you wish," he said with a small smile. I had to smile as well. I had seen The Princess Bride too, and I knew exactly what he'd meant. I leaned forward, resting against his chest again. He stroked my back and hair. "Before you make your decision, I'll have to tell you a lot more about being a vampire," he said. The rest of us didn't have a choice before we were changed, but you do, so you need to consider every factor very carefully. There are two sides to every coin. I do not believe vampires are inherently evil or soulless, though there are certainly evil vampires out there. But just as anything else, being a vampire has its downsides. You'll need to know what they are to make sure you are willing to live with them before you make your final choice. Jasper, I whispered, knowing I was about to ask another question I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer to. Yes, darlin', what if after considering everything I decided to stay human? Would you still want to be with me then? He sighed. To be completely honest, that's not something I've thought a lot about. I made a mistake of assuming you would want to be a vampire because of the way you felt when you were with Edward. But yes, of course, my feelings for you have nothing to do with whether you're human or vamp. It would just be more difficult for us if you remained human. Our physical interaction would be more limited and I would be constantly worried about you, and I'd probably really have to learn how to cook. But everything else would be the same. Only, he sighed again. Only what? Only if you stayed human I would have to live every day with the knowledge that I could lose you. You would be so fragile, so vulnerable to everything around you. And then, eventually, that day would come. And I don't know what would happen to me once you were gone. I would have an eternity to spend with just my memories of you. That's when I knew that my choice, if there ever really even was a choice, was already made. I looked up and found him watching me. There's nothing for me to consider, then, Jasper. I would never ask you to go through life with that fear. I could never ask you to start off every day of our life together wondering if this was the day you were going to lose me. I don't care about the downsides. There are plenty of downsides to being human, too. We'll have to figure out the right time. Maybe after graduation, when it's time for me to go away to school. That way no one would notice I was gone. But eventually, and not too far into the future, I will ask you to change me so we can be together forever. And I will change you, Bella, and do everything in my power to make you forever happy that you had made that request, Jasper said. Then he kissed my forehead and continued stroking my back. We stayed that way for a long time, until he finally said, "It's getting late. You'd better get ready for bed." Knowing he was right, I left for the bathroom. I went through my evening routine, called my good night down to Charlie and went back to the bedroom. I turned off the light and crawled into bed beside Jasper. In our usual spooning position, with him on the outside of the quilt and me tucked in underneath it. He sang me yet another new song as I was drifting off into sleep. You don't have to touch it to be wrapped up in emotion like me. Everyone must feel how I do. Love is just to be close to you. Love is nothing without you. Love is everything you do. Open up your eyes and you will see. Love is everything to me. Thursday after school I was getting together with Angela. I knew Jasper was a little disappointed that I wasn't going over to his house to see him. But I had promised Angela that I would tell her what happened that Saturday I went to Seattle, and I couldn't very well do that at school. Besides, after our conversation Wednesday night, knowing that my time with my human friends was limited whereas my time with Jasper was not, so I felt less guilty about spending a few hours away from him and bonding with Angela. Instead of going anywhere, we opted to hang out at Angela's house. Her parents wouldn't be home so we'd have plenty of privacy, and neither one of us really felt like doing anything anyway. We just needed time to talk. When we got to the house the first thing I did, with Angela's permission, was call Jake. I had called him every day since he got sick with the same results. Billy always answered the phone and would only tell me that Jake had some sort of contagious bug and so, while he was recovering, he couldn't have any visitors. It was like listening to a recording, and this call was exactly the same. I was getting very frustrated. I offered to get a mask so that whatever Jake had wouldn't affect me, but Billy firmly refused in a tone that made it clear that he wouldn't let me into the house even if I made it to his doorstep. I hung up frustrated and angry. Nothing new? Angela asked, looking at me sympathetically. I had told her about my frustration with Billy earlier in the week. Nope. I don't you understand it, and I'm really getting worried. I'll give him a few more days and then I'm going over there and seeing Jake if I have to break down the door. Angela laughed. Easy, Rambo Bella. I'm sure his dad is just being overprotective. Doesn't want his sick kid disturbed. Jake's mom is gone, right? So he's doing the job of both parents and he's probably really worried and not thinking about you. I couldn't argue with her on that. I was always surprised at how clearly Angela saw some things and how well she could articulate a situation. I was so glad and lucky to have her as a friend. I gave her a spontaneous hug and then we grabbed some snacks from the kitchen and went up to her room. So, she said as we sat down on her bed, you were going to tell me what you were doing the day Ben and I went to Olympia. I took a deep breath. All week long I had been working on a cover story, something that would satisfy Angela but would not reveal my relationship with Jasper. Now that I was here, though, I found I didn't want to lie or withhold information. I needed someone else to talk to about Jasper, and I knew I could trust Angela to keep my secrets. I spent that Saturday in Seattle with a guy, I said, tentatively. She rolled her eyes. I kind of figured that much, Bella. Who was it? Jake. No. I looked at her, surprised. She giggled and shrugged as if to say that it wasn't such a crazy idea. No, I said more calmly, but it is someone you know. Someone who used to go to school with us. And not Edward, I added quickly, remembering her speculation that I might have been heading out to LA. Angela's eyes got wide. A senior from last year? She asked. I nodded. Now, this is probably going to shock you, but please try not to judge until you hear me out, okay? This hasn't exactly been easy. Oh my God, Bella, tell me already. I'm dying. And why would I want to judge? I could see in her face that she was frantically going through all the boys who graduated in last year's senior class. Trying to figure out which one had captured my attention enough for me to want to spend a whole day with him in Seattle. It's a little complicated. He's kind of with someone. Well, he's going to break up with her. But hasn't yet. Angela's jaw dropped. She snapped it closed quickly but then her mouth set in a disapproving line. I had to turn away from her harsh gaze. I thought you weren't going to judge, I said in a small voice. This was going every bit as badly as I had feared. You're right, she said. I'm sorry. It's just that going out with a guy who's still in a relationship. That's really bad, you know. I mean, all I can think of is some girl trying to go out with Ben while he's still with me. I buried my face in my hands. I know what I'm doing is horrible. It didn't start out that way. I swear. At first I thought we'd just be friends, you know. After Edward the first needed a friend and he needed one too, and I thought it would just be this temporary friendship. In fact, when we went to Seattle it was just as friends. And nothing really happened, except what? I looked up at her. Except at the end of the night we both admitted that we felt more than friendship. I said, oh, Angela's disapproval faded a bit. So you didn't actually do anything. You just talked. Yes, I wasn't quite ready to tell her about Saturday night's kiss yet. And he agreed to go back and talk to her, and explain that he didn't want to be together with her anymore. Well, Angela said, I guess that's something. I mean, not every relationship is meant to last forever. As long as he lets the other girl know and doesn't try to string both of you along. I cringed at her choice of words. I knew everyone thought Jasper and Alice's relationship was going to last forever. And now he was delaying telling her and stringing both of us along. And I was a willing participant. So who is it? Angela asked. Who has you so interested that you had feelings for him knowing that he was already dating someone? Oh boy, that was the million-dollar question, wasn't it? Knowing that she already disapproved, did I dare to tell her the truth? What if this confession caused me to lose Angela? What if she didn't want to be friends anymore with someone like me? Would I be able to handle that? Then I remembered what Jake said, friends stick by each other no matter what. So I forged ahead, despite my misgivings. It's Jasper, I said quietly. Angela gasped. Jasper Hale. She asked in disbelief. Edward's brother. I hung my head. Yes, I confirmed quietly. I was surprised to feel Angela's arms around me pulling me into a hug. Oh, Bella, what a mess. But the Cullens are in LA. How did this happen? Jasper's not in LA. I said. He came back to Forks. He had a hard time with the move and needed some time alone. There were some family problems. This was close enough to the truth. I couldn't very well tell Angela that Jasper was a vampy. And that he tried to kill me on the night of my 18th birthday. I don't understand. If he's back in town, how come no one's seen him? He didn't want people to talk, so he's been doing shopping and stuff in Port Angeles. You know, the Cullens are pretty private. I only found out he was back because I missed Edward, and one evening I went out to their house and saw Jasper. Angela leaned back away from me. And speaking of Edward, how is he taking this news? He doesn't know, I said. But I can't see why it would matter to him. I know I said that our parting was mutual, Angela, but really it wasn't. He left me. He broke up with me. He told me to see other people. I didn't have any choice. Jerk, she muttered under her breath. I wouldn't have expected that from him. Still, I'm sure when he said other people, he didn't mean his brother, Angela said reprovingly. Probably not, I admitted, and Jasper and I never intended for this to happen. But we found out we have so many things in common and enjoy each other's company so much, and we can't help how we feel. It's actually been really hard for both of us. I mean, I still don't know for sure what will happen when he finally goes to tell Alice. There is a chance that she'll convince him to stay with her. Angela groaned. Do you think he has any doubts? No, not really. But, you know, she's Alice and I'm just me, so I'm nervous. He hasn't seen her for a while, and maybe when he sees her again he'll change his mind. Well, if he does, then he's an idiot. I don't really know Alice that well, but you're a great person. I don't see why anyone would choose her over you. Thanks, Angela. I gave her a small smile. So what happened? I mean, how did you? She left the question open-ended, but I knew she wanted details, and I needed to share the details with someone, so I told her everything, about the meetings, and phone calls and our day in Seattle. Wow, she said as I described all the different things we did in town. He certainly tried to sweep you off your feet, didn't he? Spared no expense. I blushed. It wasn't like that, I protested. He was just showing me different things that he enjoyed and no one else in his family wanted to do. It was really supposed to be a friendly day. Right, she was skeptical. A yacht, whale watching, private lunch on top of the Space Needle, surf and turf dinner. I'm sure he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. Sorry, Bella, but it sounds like he set out to seduce you and you fell for it. I shook my head. If he had been trying to seduce me, he would have tried to go a lot further than he did. He didn't even kiss me, Angela. And truly, if I did fall for anything that day, it was a pretty short fall. I was already there anyway. Angela looked thoughtful for a while, and then frowned. What? I asked her, a little worried. She looked up at me, surprised. Oh, I guess I was just confused. I mean, what was all that stuff with Mike last week, and why did you go to the bonfire with him? I guess I can understand why you didn't bring Jasper, since you don't want anyone to know he's here, but why did you come with Mike? Didn't Jasper have a problem with that? And Mike, I mean, I see this week you guys are not so friendly anymore, but I guess I just don't get it. I told you, Mike and I were always just friends. I went to the bonfire with him as a friend. I agreed to go with him before Jasper and I had our talk, and I didn't have a good reason to cancel. But no, there's nothing romantic between Mike and me. Angela rubbed her temples. I had no idea your life was this complicated, Bella, and I honestly can't see how any of this is going to end well. I mean, even assuming that Jasper does break up with Alice and you two start dating, what will the Cullen holiday dinners be like? Are you two just going to avoid his family forever? 'Cause I can't see you hanging out with Alice and Edward like nothing happened. I don't know, Angela. I guess I haven't really thought that far ahead. One step at a time, you know. One thing Jasper and I would not have to worry about was holiday dinners, but Angela certainly would not have known that. And thanks, really, I added sincerely. For what? I guess for not judging me too harshly. For listening and being a friend. It's been hard not having anyone to talk to about this. Well, sure. I mean, you're my best friend. I won't lie. I'm a little surprised, shocked even. But if you really think this will make you happy, then I'll support you. I launched myself at her and gave her a huge hug. Thank you. He really does make me happy. And you are the best. Thank you so much. She laughed and pulled away. Sure. I mean, you'd do the same for me, right? You know I would. Definitely. I nodded my head emphatically. Then we were quiet for a while. So, when is he gonna tell her? I looked down. I'm not sure, I said, my voice uncertain again. I think he'll go back this weekend. Maybe Sunday night or Monday morning. And you'll let me know as soon as you hear from him. I nodded. And if he goes back to her? I took a deep breath. Then I'll probably really need a shoulder to cry on. She took my hand and squeezed it. Well, I had one ready for you when I heard about Edward and you didn't use it then, so it's still available. But I really hope you don't need it. Me too, Angela, me too. But enough about me already. Tell me about you and Ben. What did you do in Olympia? Angela told me all about her and Ben's day in Olympia. While their plans had not been as elaborate as Jasper's, it sounded like they had a lot of fun. I envied them the ability to spend the day together publicly, with everyone knowing. I couldn't wait to be able to do that with Jasper. And maybe someday, while I was still human, we could go on a double date with Ben and Angela. I really wanted to do that. I wanted Angela to meet the Jasper I knew, not the aloof Jasper that she had known in school. I wanted her to approve of him and like him and be happy for me to be with him. I wanted to have that human experience before Jasper and I embarked on our more solitary life as vampires. I called Jasper on the way back home and he joined me in my room after dinner. This time he brought over the portable DVD player. We sat together on my bed, me between his legs leaning against him, the DVD player balanced on top of my knees. And watched another episode of Firefly. It was such a simple evening, but it made me so happy. At night, after we had settled in and turned off the light, I explained that I told Angela everything. And he seemed pleased for me. When I told him about my double date idea, though, he actually seemed a bit worried. I'd never interacted with humans on that level before, he said. What if I can't do it? What if they think I'm weird and hate me? What if after meeting me she decides that I'm not good enough for you? I laughed at the idea. She won't. How could she? You're wonderful. But if she or anyone else ever tried to talk me out of being with you, I would just ignore them. Because I know you're more than just good enough for me, you're perfect. I'm hardly perfect, darlin', he chuckled. In fact, I'm deeply flawed. Then it's just like in that Sarah Teasdale poem, your faults had made me love you more. He pulled me closer to him and kissed my cheek before growling in my ear. You're not playing fair, you know. Oh, I asked, not really knowing what he was talking about. You can't just throw that phrase around if you won't let me say it. I considered this. I really wasn't being fair. You could sing it, I said softly. Really? He confirmed. Yeah, I'm actually curious which song you would pick. He thought about this for a while. Well, here's one you probably haven't heard of. It's a little before your time. Alright, already, I'm just a no-goodnik. Alright, already, it's true. So new, so sue me, sue me. What can you do me? I love you. I didn't know you were a fan of musicals, I murmured. Guys and Dolls is one of my favorites. We both started laughing. Well, if that doesn't prove we're perfect for each other, nothing will, he acknowledged. Like I said, I replied smugly, before falling asleep. Pulling into the clearing in front of the Cullen house Friday afternoon, I was as happy as I've ever been. During our talk tea, Thursday Angela had agreed to cover for me both today and Saturday, so I could have time to spend with Jasper. Tonight Charlie thought I was in Port Angeles seeing a movie with Angela and Ben. Tomorrow, he thought the three of us were going to the Tacoma Holiday Food and Gift Festival. Angela even promised to pick me up some token gifts so that this particular alibi would look authentic. All I had to do was meet her at the Newton store parking lot at the appointed time to pick up my purchases. She really was my best friend, and now that she knew about Jasper she was all too willing to help, as long as I promised it would be for a limited period of time until he broke up with Alice and officially returned to Forks. It was hard lying to Charlie, but it would have been harder to stay away from Jasper, so I did what I had to do. I knew that the lies were minor. Jasper and I weren't really doing anything that Charlie would disapprove of if he knew about them, which made me feel slightly less guilty. Of course, I didn't know how well he would accept my dating Edward's brother, but we would have to cross that bridge when we came to it. If worst came to worst, Jasper could manipulate Charlie's emotions into liking him. At least as long as he was around Charlie, though this would be the absolutely last resort and I fervently hoped it wouldn't be necessary. Jasper was waiting for me. He sighed when I arrived and I eagerly jumped out of the truck and into his arms. We shared a long kiss that left me breathless before he released me and moved to stand behind me. "I have a surprise for you," he whispered in my ear. "But I have to make sure you won't peek. Close your eyes." I did as he asked, then felt a soft and smooth piece of fabric being wrapped over my eyes. Suddenly I was completely blind. I shivered involuntarily with anticipation and a bit of fear. I was uncoordinated enough with both eyes wide open. How would I navigate the distance between the truck and the house blind? Of course, I needn't have worried. Because almost immediately I felt Jasper's arms slide around my back and beneath my knees as he picked me up and carried me inside. Once somewhere in the living room he set me back down again, making sure I was steady on my feet before releasing me. I felt his breath by my ear once more. This time, he leaned over, kissed my neck and gently nibbled my earlobe before he spoke, causing me to lean back into his chest for support. "I've been waiting all week for you to come over here. Not that hanging out with you at your house isn't fun, but it's been torture waiting to show you this." He reached behind my head and untied the fabric, slipping it off my eyes so I could see again. I opened my eyes and blinked a couple of times to adjust to the light. Then I gasped. Standing in front of me was a gleaming Addams Family pinball machine. My eyes widened with shock and pleasure. The conversation we had about pinball seemed so long ago. I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised that he remembered. But I was. I was also filled with an incredible amount of joy. I turned and wrapped my arms around him, looking up into his eyes. "I can't believe you remembered and found it so fast," I said, my voice filled with awe. "Thank you. I take it you liked your surprise?" he asked, smiling widely. "Liked it? No, I love it. We're gonna have so much fun." Jasper laughed. He dipped his head and brushed his lips against mine in a quick kiss. "I love seeing you this happy over a simple pinball machine. It makes me wonder what other toys I can get for you in the future to get you even more excited." He was using his low, sexy voice and the innuendo was obvious. I blushed and buried my face in his chest. "Jasper," I admonished. He chuckled. "Sorry, darlin'. It was too hard to resist." I groaned. He kept chuckling. "Yeah, that too. So are you ready to try it out?" "Sure," I said. "Though just to refresh my recollection, I wonder if you could take the first round. The way you played that last round in Seattle." He said, "that was probably the best round of pinball I've ever played. Let's see if I can do it again." I turned and we walked closer to the machine together. I placed my fingers over the flipper buttons and he placed his hands over mine after releasing the ball. I leaned back into him and watched as he masterfully sent the ball flying around the field, hitting everything he needed to complete the tricks. Much as I loved watching the game, this time I could also be more relaxed about watching him, so I moved my head to the side and looked up at his strong chin, the line of his cheekbone, and his beautiful nose, all giving him such a gorgeous, chiseled profile. I couldn't help myself. I had to shift my head slightly so that I could place a soft kiss on his neck. For the first time I felt him waver in his play, moving slightly to the left and pushing his hips forward a bit, the way I often did when playing pinball, as though the movement of my body could influence the movement of the ball across the field. Feeling powerful in my ability to distract him even a little, I flicked my tongue against his neck in tiny, almost imperceptible licks. I was rewarded with another shift and another hip bump. I thought you wanted me to finish this round flawlessly, darlin', he growled. Oh, sorry, I said innocently, was I distracting you? Just a bit, he said. His voice slightly strained. Guess I have to try harder. I tried to free my hands from the flipper buttons, but he anticipated my move and kept them firmly in place underneath his. I don't think so, you little minx, he said as he continued to play. It's not going to be that easy. Is that a challenge, Major Whitlock? 'Cause I'm not sure challenging me like that is in your best interest. I warned. I think I can handle you, darlin', even as determined as you seem to be. Oh, really? I was getting a little miffed now at being so easily dismissed. I had already shown I could distract him with the minimum of effort, hadn't I? I turned my head more and fastened my lips on his Adam's apple, sucking it gently into my mouth. He swallowed hard, but did not interrupt his play. I lifted up on my toes and continued to nip and nibble up his neck to his chin with a similar lack of results. I felt his chest shake gently with silent mirth as he continued to work the flippers, keeping the ball in play. Clearly, I needed more firepower, but without the use of my hands my options were limited. There was only one thing I could think of. I narrowed my eyes in a gleeful smile as I turned to look forward again. Giving up already, he teased. I would have expected a little more perseverance. Don't worry, Jasper, I can be quite tenacious. I'm not giving up, just changing strategy. It's time to play hardball. I pressed myself back against him as hard as I could, lowering myself to my heels then raising to my tiptoes again. I heard his sharp intake of breath and then a muffled curse as I saw the ball travel perfectly down the middle of the field, disappearing between the flippers. Gotcha, I purred. You were playing dirty, he accused. Nope, I giggled. Just using the only weapon I had at my disposal. He turned me around and lowered his head, pressing his lips against my neck in an imitation of my previous actions. I shivered and sighed. It was the most exquisite kind of torture. Next time I'll have to keep better track of your military asset, he growled suggestively against my throat, so that I'm not caught off guard again. I giggled and pushed back against his chest, ducking under his arm to escape to a safe distance. Military asset indeed, I said. Two could play at this double entendre game. You're a regular comedian, Major Whitlock. A real stand-up. At least I have experience, he retorted with a smile, clearly understanding the game. When it comes to this kind of comedy, you're all wet. Ooh, he was good. And he was also probably right. I was certain to run out of quips before he would. Still, I wasn't ready to give up quite yet. Maybe, I replied, but you saw earlier what happens when you get too cocky. And that was pretty much it. I didn't think I could come up with another clever response. He looked at me, gauging my mood, then nodded his head slightly in my direction with a half smile. Touché, darlin', you win this round, but we will play this game again someday in another, more appropriate venue. Promises, I said lightly, though I was all hot and bothered inside. The things he could do to me with just his choice of words and the tone of his voice were pretty amazing. Don't worry, I remember them all, he said with a wink. I blushed. Darn vampire perfect recall, or, as I reconsidered, maybe that should be rephrased as fabulous vampire perfect recall. I kind of wanted him to remember all these promises. But for now, we really needed to refocus. So what now? I asked. Well, now you're going to practice your pinball skills while I cook you dinner. I raised an eyebrow. You're going to cook me dinner? Feeling so confident in your cooking skills already? He grimaced a little, but recovered quickly with a smile. I chose an easy recipe that's supposed to be a real winner. And I figure you cook enough to be able to tell if I really mess it up, in which case I will. I'll be happy to drive us to Port Angeles and take you out to dinner. I could help, I offered, but I knew he would refuse. Suddenly cooking for me seemed like something he really wanted to do, almost like a test. I really think I can handle it, he answered as I expected. Just have fun. It should only take me a half hour or so. I'll let you know when it's ready. All right, I said and made my way back to the pinball machine. As we passed each other, he on his way to the kitchen, he caught my left hand in his right and brought it up to his lips for a brief kiss before letting it go. I smiled, feeling all warm inside. For the next 30 minutes I lost myself in pinball. This really was one of my favorite machines, and the more I played the more I remembered and the more comfortable I became. I made a conscious effort not to look back towards the kitchen, although the smells that were wafting over were absolutely delicious. I smelled garlic and fresh tomatoes, pasta and chocolate. I couldn't wait to see what Jasper was concocting, so I was really excited when he finally came out of the kitchen to stand beside me. Have you managed to build up an appetite? He asked. Dinner's on the table. I could tell he was nervous. So I gave him my warmest smile. I'm sure it'll be delicious. I'm just hoping not to give you food poisoning. Don't be silly. I'm sure it will all be fine. He took my hand as we walked to the dining room, where he had already set the table. He pulled out my chair for me and pushed me in after I sat. It all felt so formal. I probably would have preferred to eat at the kitchen counter. But this felt like it was important to him and I didn't want to spoil his moment. I'll be right back, he said and disappeared into the kitchen, presumably to plate the food. He came back balancing a salad, a bread plate and an entree. Setting all three in front of me, he looked so proud of himself, I couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Aren't you going to eat? He asked. I was hoping you'd sit with me, I said. I know you won't be eating, but sitting here alone, well, it feels a little awkward. Of course, he said as he sat down. I'm sorry. No, it's okay, I reassured him. I'd just like to talk to you while I eat, and I can't do that if you're hovering. I looked at the food he prepared. A Caesar salad, a side of Italian bread and linguine with shrimp in garlic butter sauce. It all looked great. I tucked into my Caesar salad and tasted the pasta, both of which were fabulous. As I predicted, absolutely delicious. I exclaimed after taking my first bite. He relaxed a little. Really? You like it? You're not just humoring me. You'd know, wouldn't you, Jasper? Do you feel anything from me right now other than absolute enjoyment? This is wonderful. Please don't ever cook for Charlie. He wouldn't want to eat my stuff anymore. He smiled and grabbed my hand. I leaned over and gave him a quick kiss. I'd better do this before I get permeated with garlic, I said. Thank you. I don't have the words. It's just really special. We talked while I ate. For dessert, Jasper served warm brownie a la mode, which tasted absolutely heavenly. After dinner I helped him clean up the kitchen and then we went into the living room to watch more Firefly. I was sad to find we were almost at the end of the available episodes, and railed at the Fox network executives who had prematurely canceled such a great show. I left Jasper's house before curfew. For the first time since Saturday night I would be spending the night alone. Thanks to Angela and Ben we would be able to spend all Saturday together, but that meant that Jasper needed to hunt, so he would not be able to be with me at night. Just as I'd suspected, even though we spent the night together on the phone. Like before, it felt very strange and awful to be in bed without him. I had gotten much too used to having him around. I wondered how I would be able to handle the separation when he left for Alaska. I would not be able to see him for days. The thought made me extremely anxious. Saturday morning Charlie and I ate breakfast before his fishing trip, though he would be going alone. Billy was apparently still taking care of Jake. I'm really starting to worry about him, Dad, I complained. Billy won't even let me talk to him. I mean, it's not like he can spread whatever it is he has through the phone line. It is a little strange, Charlie admitted. Tell you what, I'll stop over there after I'm done and see if I can find anything out. All right. I'll try to talk Billy into letting you visit. Thanks, Dad. I gave him a quick hug. I can't go today, obviously, and I'm working tomorrow and Monday, but I could head over there Tuesday evening. That will give Jake that much more time to get better. All right, Bells, I'll see what I can do. I'm sure Billy will be reasonable. Based on Billy's attitude the past week, I didn't share Charlie's certainty. But he had a better chance of convincing Billy of letting me visit Jake than I did, so I had to let him try. And if that didn't work, then Billy had better get used to having someone camped out on his doorstep. Because I was going to La Push next week and I wouldn't leave until I saw or spoke with Jake. After Charlie left, I drove over to Jasper's. As usual, he was waiting for me outside. I missed you last night, I told him as he enveloped me in his arms. It's just not the same without you there. I know, darlin'. It was strange hunting at night again, he smiled. Easier, though, I think. Our last week together lulled the animals into a false sense of security. He kissed me sweetly and I melted. So what would you like to do today? He asked. We can stay here, go hiking, go for a drive. My eyes lit up at the last suggestion. You'll take me for a ride in the shooting star. He laughed, a full laugh that had him throwing his head back. He looked absolutely glorious. How the hell do you keep surprising me like that, Bella? From Guys and Dolls to Speed Racer. I already thought you were perfect, darlin', and yet you keep improing on that perfection every day. I smiled. I bet I have a lot more surprises up my sleeve, Racer. Now, how about that ride? I can't wait to watch you drive again. Well, I certainly would not want to keep you waiting. Let's go. The car was as sexy as I remembered and reminded me just as much of Jasper as it did the first time. I sat back and relaxed in the bucket seat, turning to watch him expertly maneuver the vehicle out of the garage and towards the road. Are we going anywhere in particular? He asked. I shook my head. Let's just drive for a while. When we see something interesting we can stop. Otherwise, I just want to enjoy the ride. A woman after my own heart. Hang in there, darlin', and I'll show you what this shooting star can do. He headed south, and once we were out of town he accelerated to some ungodly speed. Oddly enough, I felt none of the apprehension I always used to feel with Edward behind the wheel. This car, as an extension of Jasper, seemed to function best when it was really revved up and nearly flying. Somehow, the faster we drove, the more secure I felt. For a while Jasper and I didn't talk, just took turns watching each other. I was happy and content and I could tell he was enjoying himself as well. The hum of the engine was soothing and it helped me drift off into my thoughts, as I imagined what life would be like for us after I turned into a vampire. It seemed so strange to think about now. Before, I had always assumed that after I became a vampire Edward and I would live with the rest of the Cullens. But now, with the situation between Edward and me and Alice and Jasper, that probably was not going to be possible. So Jasper and I would likely live by ourselves, our own little coven, just like his friends Peter and Charlotte. Would we try to stay in one place, or would we move around like the nomads? Without the Cullens, what would we do to support ourselves? Question after question crowded into my head. It was getting overwhelming. You're deep in thought. Jasper's voice broke into my musings. Care to share? I was just thinking what things will be like after I become a vampire. How does that work, exactly? Jasper grimaced. I can't lie to you, Bella, it's extremely painful. It's the most excruciating 3 days of any vampire's existence and the memory of the pain stays with you forever. I will try to make sure I get enough venom into you to speed up the process as much as possible, and I will try to ease your pain as well, but I don't believe there is a way to eliminate the pain completely. I shuddered. I remembered the pain I felt when James bit me last spring. It only lasted for a few minutes until Edward sucked out the venom, but I knew I would never forget the horror of it. To have to endure that pain for 3 days seemed absolutely impossible. But then, after the 3 days, it'll all be over, right? I asked weakly. The pain will be over, yes. I could tell by the tone of his voice that he wasn't telling me everything. But, I prodded. He sighed. I noticed that the car was slowing down and I was momentarily distracted as I looked around. Where are we? I asked curiously. Ocean City State Park, he answered. I thought maybe we could go for a walk on the beach. Okay, I said, as I realized that other than the Seattle waterfront, Jasper and I hadn't been to a beach together. That sounds nice. He helped me out of the car and we walked, hand in hand, until we found the beach trail. From there it was a short walk through the woods to the beach itself. This time of year the weather was fairly cold, so even though it was a Saturday, the beach was practically deserted. With only a few birds noticing our arrival, I shivered from the cold and Jasper quickly offered me his jacket which, knowing that he would not suffer from the cold, I gladly accepted. Once I had his jacket on, he placed his right arm around me and we walked leisurely along the sand, staying away from the cold water. The pain will be over after 3 days, but, I reminded him of the previous conversation. He looked down at me and, realizing that I was determined to get an answer, continued his previous line of thought. But for the next year you won't exactly be yourself. Not myself. What do you mean? Newborn vampires are much like newborn human children. They live to satisfy only the most basic needs. Human infants seem to need to sleep, eat, get rid of waste and be touched. Vampire newborns only have one need, blood. The bloodlust completely overwhelms them and prevents them from thinking about anything else. Their sole desire is to feed as much as possible, and they crave human blood. But Carlyle never. Carlyle is an extremely unique individual. He is the only vampire I know who had been able to resist killing humans without the guidance of his maker. His human spiritual foundation was extremely strong. And even though Carlyle does not believe himself to have any special powers, I believe his ability to resist human blow. And to coexist with bleeding humans on a daily basis as he must in his job, is a special ability. Under the right circumstances it's an ability that could prove to be very strategic. Jasper, I could see talking about newborn vampires was stirring up a lot of memories for him, and his mindset was shifting to that of a military leader. While I loved that side of him, especially when he was protecting me from Laurent, right now I needed him to tell me what to expect after my transformation. He looked down at me, startled. Then, realizing what he had said, he gave me an apologetic smile. Sorry, darlin', old habits die hard, I guess. It's okay. I understand. But back to what I will be like as a newborn. Are you telling me that for months after I turn into a vampire my single drive will be to kill people and drink their blood? He looked away. I'm afraid so, which means that we will have to find a place to live very far away from any humans. I will be absorbing some of your bloodlust just by being around you, so even though I fully expect I will be able to control you and myself, it will be best if we remove ourselves completely from any temptation. I was thinking we could live far in northern Canada. The cold won't bother us, there will be animals for us to hunt and few humans ever venture there. Few humans. Bella, there's no place on Earth we can go where we are guaranteed not to encounter any humans. There always seems to be someone with a death wish who goes on an expedition to places men are not meant to go. But with an area as large as northern Canada, and with as few people who make it there, the odds of us running into one of those foolish humans are extremely small. I pondered what he had told me. A year of living in the freezing cold with no desire other than to drink human blood. It sounded horrible, not just for me, but for him as well. Jasper, I asked with some trepidation, won't you resent me for taking you away from civilization and orking you to spend that year with me when I will be so awful? I mean, I won't be me anymore. Will you still want to stay with me after I change? He stopped, turned towards me and pulled me into his arms, lifting me so I was at his eye level. You'll be acting a little differently, but underneath it all you will always be you, Bella, and I will always want to be with you, forever. Do you really think some newborn vampire growing pains could chase me away? Especially with all the experience I've had with rearing newborns. No, darlin', Once I change you, I intend never to leave your side. In fact, I rather look forward to that first year of yours. I'm experienced in teaching newborns how to channel their bloodlust into violence, but with you I intend to try something different." I gulped. Different. I stuttered, unable to break away from his increasingly darkening eyes. My breathing quickened. Quite. His voice just a bit more raspy than normal. "I'm hoping to be able to teach you how to channel your bloodlust into just plain old-fashioned lust. And if I'm successful, that will give us a year neither of us will ever want to forget. Does that sound acceptable?" My affirmative response was lost as his mouth lowered and captured mine in an electrically charged kiss that stunned me to the core with its intensity. I felt his tongue probing at the junction between my lips. It parted easily to give him entrance and allowed him to freely explore the inside of my mouth, coating every surface with his delicious spicy flavor until I was drowning in his essence. I slid my hands into his hair and interlocked my legs around him tightly to press myself even closer to him, trying to somehow merge myself into his body. I dimly felt a change in elevation as he slid to his knees, still holding me tightly and never breaking off that incredible, mind-blowing kiss. I felt completely consumed, absorbed, devoured, yet the feeling brought with it the most incredible amount of pleasure. Words failed to describe the sensation spreading through my body. It was as if all of nature's most powerful and forceful phenomena, earthquakes, tornadoes, tsunamis, flash floods, hurricanes, avalanches and forest fires, existed within me all at once, unbearable and exquisite. For a moment I was on an edge of a precipice, waiting for something I could not identify but wanted more than I've ever wanted anything in my life. All of my muscles tense and coiled with the anticipation. And then, as if a spring had sprung, all of the tension was released in a pulsing riptide of relaxation and I was floating. No longer connected to my physical body, but existing entirely in the state of unadulterated bliss. Gradually I floated back into my body and became aware of changes. Jasper's lips were no longer covering mine and his forehead was now pressed into the space between my neck and collarbone, his heavy, ragged breaths meeting the tone and tempo of my own. My hands were still intertwined in his hair and I used them now to pull up his head as I leaned back to look at him with glazed eyes. "Oh, my God," I said breathlessly. "I know," he said. "What was that? What did you do to me?" He leaned over to kiss me, gently and quickly but still sending a shiver right through me. "I really didn't do anything," he sounded almost apologetic. "Well, I may have inadvertently shared some of what I was already feeling from you. But I swear, Bella, I wasn't trying to manipulate." I placed a finger over his mouth to silence him and shook my head. I was suddenly feeling more self-possessed and self-confident. "That was a rhetorical question, Racer," I said. "I'm not so naive that I can't recognize what happened and that emotionally it was all me. I just meant, wow. Just wow. And how does that song go? Show me how you do that trick." He laughed in relief and pulled me into a tight embrace. "Are you trying to tell me that was, yup, just like heaven?" He held me for a long time with neither one of us saying a word. Finally, as the flush started to leave my cheeks and I once more became aware of the chill in the wind, I pressed my lips against his ear and said, "I love you, Jasper Whitlock." And to answer your earlier question, a year of that sort of instruction would be more than acceptable. In fact, it may not be long enough. "Well then we'll just have to stay as long as it takes," Jasper replied. I sighed and shivered, this time from the chill as much as from what he said. Jasper noticed my discomfort. "Should we get you back to the car?" "Yeah," I agreed. "I'm getting a little cold." He stood up with me still clinging to him, my legs wrapped around his waist. I started to unhook them, but he stopped me. "I don't want to let you go just yet and it'll be faster if I carry you," he explained. "Indulge me." He didn't run, but he moved at a fast clip and got me back to the car much faster than I would have been able to walk. Before I knew it we were driving again, the heater at full blast. We drove to Ocean Shores where we stopped so I could have lunch. After lunch we walked around town and stepped into a few of the cute boutiques I picked up a couple of Christmas presents for Renee and Angela. Then we drove back to Forks and played pinball and games at his house before it was time for him to go hunt and for me to meet Angel in the Newton's store parking lot to pick up my purchases. After I got home I had a little bit of time before Jasper was done hunting, so I got caught up on my homework and got ready for bed. Jasper arrived about a half hour after Charlie went to sleep and we talked in the dark while cuddling on my bed. There was only one awkward moment for me when I asked Jasper when he was heading back to Alaska, and he skillfully but obviously avoided answering. It was late and I didn't want to spoil the day by pressing him for an explanation he was clearly reluctant to provide, but the uncertainty of the situation was really starting to bother me. I resolved to be more firm the next day and get the answers I needed. The relationship was going too fast for him to keep postponing his trip. I needed to know whether he was truly mine or not before it was too late, and I lost myself in my feelings for him so much that I didn't care. Sunday I had breakfast with Charlie and then he left to watch the game at La Push while I got ready for work. It took less time than I thought, so when I pulled into the store parking lot I had a few minutes to spare before I had to go in to start my shift. I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes, thinking about the days Jasper and I had just spent together. Being with him made me feel so wonderful, so completely happy. It felt like we were two pieces of a puzzle that interlocked and fully completed each other. The soft humming from my bag startled me out of my thoughts. It took me a moment to realize that it had to be my cell phone. I frowned. I had just seen Jasper a few hours ago. I wondered what he needed to talk to me about. I reached into the bag and pulled out the phone, flipping it open. I glanced at the display but didn't recognize the number. Was Jasper calling me from a different phone? Jasper, I said tentatively after pressing the answer button. No, Bella, it's not Jasper. The familiar voice had none of its typical metallic tingling warmth. Instead, it sounded like sleet or hail against a pane of glass. Hi, Alice, I said weakly. I was shocked to hear her voice, wondering how she got the number. It would have been rude to ask, though, so I just remained silent, waiting for her to tell me the reason for her call. When she spoke, she didn't mince words. You little bitch, I thought we were friends. How could you do this to me? I don't understand. How could you try to steal my mate, Bella? Wasn't making one member of our family miserable enough for you? Didn't ruining Edward's life satisfy you? Did you have to try to hurt me as well? Alice, I started to explain, but I couldn't get in any more than that one word. And it's not just Edward and I, Bella. You've made our whole family miserable. After everything we've done for you. You ungrateful little human. She spat the last word venomously, making humans sound like the lowest life forms on Earth. Your stupid weaknesses drove Edward so insane he actually thought he had to leave you for your own good, and he forced all of us to abandon our home too in the process. And then we were all so depressed that Jasper couldn't handle being with us and had to stay behind. How do you think that made us feel? He didn't even keep in touch. And it was all because of you. At first I felt sorry for you, seeing you at our house, so pathetic in your attempts to hang on to your memories of Edward. And I could tell that being around you was actually helping Jasper adjust to humans. It was good for him. But I never expected you to turn on me, Bella, to try to seduce someone that I love more than my own life. Even as I saw the visions I thought I was going mad from missing him. I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. I was so sure of you. My friend. So sure you would never. But it was all true, wasn't it, Bella? All those visions. All the time you spent luring him into your little human life. She laughed bitterly. I didn't try to lure him, Alice, I managed to say. Jasper. Don't you dare put any of the blame for this on him. He's weak. He has always been weak. And he's needy. And without me there he turned to the only thing available for support. You're the one who took advantage of that need. You're the one who kept going over to the house and calling him. This is all your fault. I gulped, Her words stung because she was right. I was the one who went to the house first and kept going back. I was the one who called him every night. Even the first night he spent with me in my room, I had been the one to ask him to come over. Silent tears flowed down my face. It had all been me. How could I have been so stupid? How did I not see? You may think you've won, Bella, but you haven't. Because in the end only I can give him the control he needs. Only I can tell him what to do so he doesn't slip. And he'll realize that, and he'll come back to me. Mark my words, Bella. He will come back to me. I have had that vision too. You may be able to hang on to him for a while longer, but in the end he'll leave you and return to me. And he knows it, Bella. He knows it, and now so do you. Did he tell you we spoke last Saturday? He actually called to tell me it was over, that we were over. She sounded incredulous. He told me he wanted to spend forever with you. Her laugh was like nails on a chalkboard. Over. Not by a long shot. I told him then, and I'm telling you now, it will never be over between Jasper and me. He's mine. Mine. Do you hear? You have him now, but he will come back to me and he will be mine for eternity. She was screeching now. My ear was starting to hurt. Why do you think he's still there now, in Forks, instead of coming to Alaska to break it off with me in person like you keep asking him to? Because he knows what will happen. Bella. He knows once he actually sees me again he won't be able to leave me. He thinks by staying there he can change the future, but he's only postponing the inevitable. I've had the vision, Bella. And you know what that means. On some level he's already decided, already made up his mind to return to me. He may not be able to acknowledge that yet, but in time he will leave you. Maybe not now, maybe not for a while, but he'll leave you the same way Edward left you. Because you're nothing but a plaything, a novelty, you have nothing of consequence to offer him permanently. You may be interesting and new now, but that will fade and Jasper will remember who has really been there for him over the decades. So enjoy him while you can, you Jezebel. Soon enough, you will be old news and he will be with me, where he's always belonged. Then there was silence. I looked at the display and saw that she had terminated the connection. Slowly I flipped the phone closed and placed it back in my bag. Then I buried my face in my hands and began to sob. Alice's words kept replaying in my mind. Novelty, plaything, Jezebel. He will leave you. Each word was like a knife slicing up my insides. I had been so stupid, so thoughtless. I felt it all slipping away. It didn't matter how he felt about me, it didn't matter how right we were for each other. In the end, Alice had what he needed and he would abandon me for her. I relived those moments on the path with Edward. All that pain. Was I destined to be miserable all my life? Was this my punishment for reaching too high? For thinking I could find love beyond the realm of my human reality? My body was wrecked by wave after relentless wave of sobs. I was gulping for breath, having a hard time finding enough oxygen. All the happiness, hopes and dreams that I had just hours before drained from me amid the floor of tears. I had nothing left inside but grief and disgust. Grief for the foolish girl who let herself believe that she could ever be good enough for an immortal, and disgust for the temptress who tried to take what she knew very well didn't belong to her. I don't know how long I sat in my truck sobbing. After some time I became vaguely aware of the door to the truck opening and Mike asking what was wrong. I couldn't respond. I didn't have enough energy and I didn't deserve to take up anyone's time with my sorrow. But Mike, persistent as always, kept asking. And when I still didn't say anything, I felt him unbuckle my seatbelt, lift me out of the truck and carry me to the grassy area on the side of the parking lot, where he sat and cradled me to him tightly. I tried to struggle out of his grasp, but I was too dazed and weak. I barely even heard him as he tried to question me. My God, Bella, what happened? What's wrong? Bella, honey, talk to me, say something. You're scaring me. Please, tell me what's wrong. Are you hurt? Did someone hurt you, Bella? I said nothing, just continued to weep. I felt his hold on me loosen for a second, then heard him speak again. Ben, where's Angela? I would have called her but I don't have her number. I'm at the store parking lot with Bella. Something's happened. I don't know what. She won't talk to me. I found her in her truck crying. I told you. She isn't talking, at least not to me. I need Angela. Okay. Get her and meet me at my house. My pair. NTS are both at the store today, so the coast is clear. All right. I'm leaving now. I'll see you soon. I felt myself being picked up and carried to a vehicle, not my truck. I soon realized it was Mike's Suburban. He put me in the passenger seat and buckled me up, then ran to the driver's side. He was on the road before he made another call. Mom, something's wrong with Bella. I don't know. She's really upset. She definitely won't be able to work today. Actually, I'm taking her to our house and Ben and Angela are meeting us there. I think Bella will talk to Angela. Thanks, Mom. I'll let you know as soon as I know anything. I felt his warm, large hand pick up mine and squeeze. Bella, I know you don't want to talk, but please listen, okay? We're going to my house and Angela is coming. She'll meet us there. She's going to help, okay? But you need to tell her what's wrong. Ben and I will leave. We don't have to know. Just, whatever it is, please tell her. Please let her help you. Let us help you. I wasn't really listening to Mike carefully, but the tone of his voice and the reassuring way he was holding my hand helped calm me a bit. Then we were at his house and Ben and Angela were there too. Mike left the car and opened the passenger door to lift me out. Jesus Christ, what happened to her? I heard Ben say, "Shut up, Ben." Angela's voice was harsh. In my haze I still registered surprise at her tone. I'd never heard her speak that way to anyone, much less Ben. Mike carried me to the couch in the family room and laid me down. He knelt on one knee on the floor beside the couch, and gently pushed my hair out of my face, tucking the wet, loose strands behind my ear. His face was full of concern and the look in his eyes was oddly tender. "Whatever it is, it'll be fine," he said softly. "We'll make sure it's all right. Just tell Angela everything, okay?" "Mike," I heard Angela say off to the side, "do you have any idea what happened?" He stood up and walked out of my line of sight. "No. I saw her truck in the parking lot and expected her to come into work, but she was out there for a long time without doing anything, so I went to see what was going on and found her pretty much like this. Actually, she was even worse. I tried to get her to talk to me, to tell me what happened, but she wouldn't say a word. So I called Ben to get you and came here. I'm really worried, Angela. If she doesn't talk to you, I think we'll have to take her to a doctor." I moaned at the mention of a doctor. There was nothing a doctor could do for me. I closed my eyes to help me hear better. "I don't think that'll be necessary," Angela said. "I think she'll talk to me." "Okay. You don't think anyone hurt her?" "'Cause I swear." "Mike, don't get carried away, all right? Look at her. Other than the crying, she looks fine. Let me find out what happened. Just get me some tissues and a trash can and some water, all right? And then you guys need to go outside or upstairs, I don't really care where. But she and I need to be alone." I heard footsteps moving back and forth through other parts of the house. Then there was silence. I felt a small hand smoothing down my hair. "Hey, Bella, it's me, Angela. The boys are gone. They can't hear. Can you tell me what's wrong?" I shook my head, but opened my tear-filled eyes to look at her. Her kind face contorted in pain. "Oh Bella," she said. "I know this must be hard, but you have to tell me what happened. If you don't, Mike will insist on taking you to a doctor. Come on, can't you talk to me? You know you can tell me anything." "No, doctor," I choked out, "can't help with this." "All right, but then you have to talk to me. You're really scaring us. Mike is terrified and ready to rip people to pieces. Can you sit up?" I nodded. And pushed myself up into a sitting position. Angela handed me a few tissues. I used a couple to dry my eyes and blow my nose. She was ready with a small trash can where I deposited the used tissues. He handed me a glass of water and instructed me to drink. I did, and it helped me calm down a little. When she saw that I was no longer sobbing, She took the glass out of my hand and set it on a nearby table. Now, tell me what happened. It's Alice. She called me. She knows everything and she wants Jasper back. I started crying again. Angela's face clouded over and she handed me some more tissues. I dabbed at my eyes. When did you talk to her? She called earlier on the cell phone Jasper gave me. I have no idea how she got the number. She said so many awful things. She accused me seducing Jasper and an N. I started sobbing again. Angela moved to sit by me and put her arms around me. She held me while I cried. Eventually she pulled away and handed me the tissues again. After I'd used them she gave me more water. When I was finally calmer, I continued. She said that even if he was with me now, eventually Jasper would leave me and go back to her. Angela's eyes narrowed in anger. That just sounds like wishful thinking on her part. I shook my head. I don't know. She sounded so sure. She said the reason why Jasper hadn't gone to see her yet is because he knows if he saw her in person he would stay with her. Angela looked at me carefully. Well, that must be wrong. I mean, he must have given you a good reason why he hasn't gone back yet, right? My tears started to flow again. Not really. I managed to get out. He didn't even tell me he'd talked to her. He talked to her. I nodded. That's what she said. She told me he broke up with her over the phone last Saturday. Which I specifically asked him not to do. And that's when she told me that if he saw her again, he'd leave me. Oh, Angela, what if it's true? My tears flowed faster. My eyes were burning. My nose was painfully stuffy. It felt like everything around me was caving in and I was getting buried under the debris. Angela handed me still more tissues and I accepted them gratefully. Okay, she said calmly. Let's just think about this instead of assuming the worst. I sniffled. She said he broke up with her, right? So that is some good news. It means that he wants to be with you, not her. What if he just thinks he wants to be with me? And besides, why didn't he tell me he broke up with her? It's been over a week. Well, you said you asked him not to do it by phone. Maybe he didn't want to make you mad or make you feel like he was disregarding your request. Yes, but if he had done it anyway I would have wanted to know. What if he was still planning on seeing her in person? When he told her on the phone she got really mad and he was giving her a little time to cool off before going back to LA. I thought about this. Alice certainly sounded mad on the phone with me. Could it be that she had been just as angry when she spoke with him and that's why he wanted a delay? I guess that's possible, I stammered. And what she's saying about him wanting to get back together with her if he even sees her in person, well, that doesn't sound right either. I mean, that would be really fickle of him. One look and he'd forget all about you. I can't see that. Not if he really feels strongly about you and he must if he broke up with her. I looked down at the floor. This argument was not as convincing. Angela didn't know the history between Jasper and Alice. After all, their years together and all they've been through, the way he felt about me sure felt pretty fickle. Look, Bella, Angela broke the silence, it's pointless for us to sit here and speculate. There is only one person that can give you the answers you need, and that's Jasper. You need to go and speak with him. I looked at her, terrified. I knew she was right, but what if he confirmed everything Alice had said? How would I be able to deal with that? Angela reached over and took my hand, grabbing the box of tissues with her other hand. I know it's going to be really hard, but I'll go with you and I'll be there if you need me. All right, you can do this. You must do this. You have to know, either way. All right, she looked at me questioningly. I nodded slowly. Okay, come on then. She got up and pulled me up off the couch too. Still holding my hand she pulled me to the front door and out onto the porch where we found Ben and Mike, sitting on the front stairs. They looked up when they heard us coming out. Mike got up quickly. Is everything okay? He asked, looking directly into my eyes. I looked away, tears threatening to spill again. Everything's fine, Mike, Angela answered for me. Bella just got some bad news. That's all, and we need to go for a drive. Ben, can I borrow your car? We shouldn't be long. Sure, Ben said, though he sounded reluctant. He got up and fished out the keys from the front pocket of his jeans. I could drive you wherever you need to go, Mike offered quickly. Thanks, but no, Angela said firmly. We're just going to drive around and talk a bit. Just us girls. We'll be back soon. She reached for Ben's keys and we walked out to his car. We both got in and Angela started driving. You'll have to tell me where to go, Bella. I don't know exactly where the Cullens live. I directed her to Jasper's house. We didn't talk much on the way there. I was filled with dread, knowing that Angela was right and that I needed to know the truth, but fearing that I would be unable to handle yet another blow if Jasper acknowledged Alice's statements. I started crying again quietly. Angela sighed and passed me the box of tissues which she had dropped between our seats. Think positive, Bella. Focus on how you feel about him and how he feels about you. This isn't the first time a jealous ex-girlfriend tried to come between a new couple. If the two of you really love each other, you'll get through this. We were pulling up in front of the Cullen house now. I swallowed hard. Angela parked the car and looked over at me. Do you want me to go with you? She asked. I nodded. All right, let's go then. We opened our respective car doors and closed them again after we got out. We started walking towards the front door, meeting up once we cleared the car. Angela put her arm around my shoulder. It'll be okay, she said soothingly. It'll all work out, you'll see. We walked up the porch steps together. It felt like the longest walk ever. With each step I felt a stronger and stronger compulsion to turn around and run away. As if she knew what I was thinking, Angela tightened her hold on my shoulder, bracing me and forcing me to move forward until we were finally at the door. She reached over to ring the bell. We stood there for a second and it occurred to me that Jasper may not be home. He could be out hunting or in Port Angeles. I relaxed slightly in relief. And then I saw the knob turn and the door opened. Hello, Ang. Jasper's voice was perfectly pleasant until he saw my face. He was instantly frantic. Bella, what happened? What's wrong? He stepped forward and pulled me into his arms. Angela let go of my shoulder and stepped back in time to avoid being pushed out of the way. Instead of answering, I just started crying again. It's all right, darlin'. It's all right, he murmured, his hands brushing across my back. You're here now. It's all right. What's going on? I heard him ask Angela. I think Bella needs to tell you herself, Angela said. For the first time she sounded uncertain. I'm going to wait out here while you talk. Wordlessly Jasper scooped me up in his arms and carried me into the living room. Depositing me on the sofa and kneeling before me, I had the strangest sense of déjà vu. He held my face in his hands and kissed my lips and then my tear-streaked cheeks and swollen eyes. And he finished. He pulled away and tipped my chin to look into my eyes. Talk to me, he said. I need to know everything. I took a deep breath. I was not ready to do this, but I didn't have a choice. I had to know the truth. Did you speak with Alice last Saturday? I saw shock on his face, followed by recognition, pain and regret. She called you? He asked quietly. I nodded. What did she tell you? I shook my head. I want to hear your side of it first. He sighed. All right, he said, resigned. But please understand that I did what I did for us, because I really felt I needed to. I didn't do it to hurt you and I never thought Alice would. He ran his fingers through his hair. Damn it, he said forcefully. It wasn't supposed to be this way. I said nothing. There was nothing for me to say until he explained what he had done. He looked back into my eyes. I missed you so damn much last Saturday. I ached with it. I knew you were at that bonfire with Newton and Jake and who hell knows who else, and it was driving me insane. To make matters worse, for most of the day I had not been able to find Lawrence Trail, so I didn't know when I would be able to see you again. And I was afraid I knew that the next time I saw you I would not be able to resist kissing you. The desire, the need, it was just too powerful. But I also knew how much you would hate it if we did tea. Had while Alice and I were still together, so I had to call her. I know you wanted me to do it in person, but I honestly thought it would be all right to do it by phone and I couldn't wait. I thought I would need to call Emmett over and then I would have to tell her anyway before he found out. Of course I ended up catching Laurent and it turned out that you were right and I was wrong about the phone call. But by that time I figured it out, it was too late. What happened? I asked quietly. I told her about my feelings for you and that I wanted to be with you and that my relationship with her was over. She didn't take it very well. I snorted. Judging by the way Alice had sounded on the phone earlier, that had to be the biggest understatement on earth. Jasper looked at me carefully, trying to understand my reaction. After a few seconds he continued. She tried a lot of things to get me to go back to her, Bella. She tried to guilt me into it, using our many years together and all the things she'd done for me. When that didn't work she tried to cajole me, telling me she understood I was being manipulated. I felt a sharp pain. After hearing from her earlier I knew what Alice thought of me. But it still hurt to hear him say it. Jasper grasped my upper arms to make sure I was looking at him. Bella, you have never, ever tried to manipulate me. Alice is the one that was trying to manipulate me. She is the master manipulator. I have seen her do it over and over again and it used to work on me, but being with you has finally helped me take off the blinders. And it's not going to work this time. Nothing she says can diminish what we have together and how we feel about each other. I wanted to believe him more than anything in the world. But in the back of my head I heard her piercing voice. I've seen that vision too. He's going to leave you and come back to me. I felt the tears start to flow again. So the night we kissed, you had already told her. She already knew it was over. You weren't cheating. I wasn't seducing someone committed to a mate. I felt horrible about that, Jasper. Why didn't you tell me? He covered his eyes with his hand and took a deep breath before looking back at me. I don't know. I was going to tell you when we got here, but then we kissed in the clearing and needed to get you warm, and then you needed to hear about Laurent, and when we finally started talking about her you kept bringing up Alaska. I tried to get you to accept the phone call option but you wouldn't. And by then, of course, I already knew you were right about calling, so I couldn't exactly push it. But knowing how you felt about it I couldn't bring myself to confess. So I just took the coward's way out and didn't tell you. I didn't want that night spoiled first by her poison. And the next night, and the night after that. When exactly were you going to tell me, Jasper? I don't know. I don't know, Bella. Soon. I knew I couldn't put you off forever. I knew I would have to tell you soon. Of course he would have had to tell me eventually. But what if by then I was too far gone? Was that what he was counting on? That by the time he told me I would be so completely and totally in love with him that I wouldn't be able to live without him no matter what the future held. What else? I had to know everything. Nothing important, Bella. Nothing that would make a difference. You're the one I want to be with. Nothing she says can change that. What about her vision? She told you about that, didn't she? He hung his head. Yes, she told me. It doesn't matter. The future is not set in stone. We can change it. We can make different choices. Is that why you didn't want to go see her? Because you're afraid if you did you would choose to stay with her. He looked back at me. No, I didn't go back because after all the things she said I never want to see her again. There's no point in seeing her again. It's done. I shook my head from side to side. It's not done. It won't be done until you see her. Bella, look at me. His voice was a command I could not refuse. Alice and I are over. It doesn't matter whether I see her or not. She and I are through. You are the only woman in my life now. She is my past and you are my future. I don't want to look back anymore. I want to look ahead to an eternity with you. I know I messed this up, but it's done and it can't be undone. Please forgive me for that, but don't ask me to go back. Just trust me. Have faith in me. Have faith in us. We are strong enough to forge our future together along any path we want. He leaned forward and brushed his lips against mine. For the first time, I couldn't bring myself to respond. His lips felt as icy as the barrier growing around my heart. I turned my head away. "Darlin'." The word was a plea, one I could not accept. I remembered more of what Alice said. If she was having a vision of Jasper's return, it meant that on some level he had already made his choice. It didn't matter how much he said or felt he didn't want to return to her. On some level he had already made up his mind to do it. Now he was asking me to trust him with my future, when he didn't even realize himself that a part of him still needed Alice. If he was unwilling to admit this to himself, how could he ever change it? Could our bond grow over time and his need for Alice disappear? Or, as Alice predicted, was it only a matter of time before his need for her overwhelmed him and he left me the same way Edward did? I knew I couldn't figure this out here, with him right in front of me. I needed to get away. To be by myself. "Jasper." My voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. "I don't know if I can do this. I need to think. Bella, please. I need to go. Let me go." I tried to get up. But he still held my upper arms in his hands. "No. Please don't so this," he begged. "Please stay and let's talk about this. It was just one mistake. Just one stupid mistake. We can get through this." I felt the all too familiar numbness start to spread throughout my body. I knew I had to leave and I had to leave soon. "Jasper, Angela is waiting for me outside. I have to go. You must let me go." Somehow I managed to make the last sentence come out forcefully. Jasper dropped his hands and I stood up and walked to the door. I felt, or rather didn't feel, like a zombie. I was moving, but there was no emotion. Just the spreading numbness. I found Angela sitting on the porch steps, just as Mike and Ben had been in front of Mike's house. She stood up quickly. My face must Avenue spoken volumes because one look at me caused her mouth to set in a straight, angry line and she shot a poisonous look at Jasper behind me. She said nothing, just put her arm around me and led me back to Ben's car. We got in and she drove away as quickly as the road conditions allowed. I couldn't bring myself to look back. We will continue in next part.